Okay, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for being here. Start with an approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? Tessa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair, Commissioner Sinclair,
Yep. I should be on. Do you not hear me?
Got you now.
Okay.
Commissioner Ostrander,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusik,
Yes.
Commissioner Orlov,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to considerations from our October 24th Planning Commission meeting. Are there any amendments to the meeting, to the minutes? If there are no amendments.
Motion to approve minutes to
you're
October
on.
24th meeting.
Love it.
Second.
Yeah. Further discussion? Tessa, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Orlov.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Ostrander,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay. Minutes from our last meeting are approved. We'll take public comment at this time. If you have something you believe is within the purview of the Planning Commission and you'd like to bring it forward at this, offer that opportunity. If you could keep that to a 3-minute period, we would be eternally grateful to you. Is there anyone who has anything they would like to bring forward in the public comment portion?
Just relative tonight to the action items for tonight, generally.
If you have something relative to any of the action items tonight, you'll have the opportunity to speak to those at that time. But you can talk now too if you want. Allocate your 3 minutes. Okay. No one online, Robert? Okay, then we'll move to our first item. Our first, okay, so quasi judicial hearing. To those who are new to quasi judicial hearings, we serve as a quasi judicial body. We will be ruling on the item before us tonight. You, as the applicant and the applicant's representative, has the opportunity to present all the information that you believe pertinent for us to make a decision. There will be a period for proponents of the proposal to come forward and speak in favor of that. We will offer opponents an opportunity, and we end with the applicant having the opportunity to rebut anything they've heard or add any additional testimony that they believe pertinent, given any new information they think needs to be submitted. If you don't agree with the decision of this body tonight, you have the opportunity to appeal this to the city council, our decision to the city council, and that will be granted by city council. Take a break this evening after an hour and a half or so-ish. Anything else, kind of housekeeping I should cover? Let's jump right in here and do that. Let's have some fun tonight. First item, a quasi judicial hearing regarding public hearing CU 2404, William Rasmussen on behalf of Maxine Siegel applying for conditional use permit. Rasmussen of Miller Nash LLP on behalf of Maxine Siegel application for a conditional use permit for the placement of a new shoreline stabilization structure. The property is located at 3915 Ocean Avenue, tax lot 400, map 4106BC in a residential moderate density R1 zone. The application will be reviewed against criteria of CBMC 17.100 oceanfront management overlay zone and 17.8 conditional uses. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or a personal bias? Has any commission member had any ex parte contacts or made a site visit?
Site visit.
Site visit. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you. Good evening. The applicant requests conditional use permit for the installation of a vegetated riprap shoreline stabilization structure for the purpose of erosion control. Prior to this application, a conditional use permit and related development permit were issued for the placement and maintenance of non-structural sand and cobble revetment, which is no longer present on the property. The geotechnical report prepared by Earth Engineers Incorporated includes evaluation of other potential means of erosion control of the subject property and recommends a structural stabilization. The subject property is eligible for a shoreline stabilization structure as development existed on the subject property prior to January 1st, 1977. And before moving into the applicable criteria, it should be noted that a request has been made for a continuance on this item. Moving into the oceanfront management overlay zone requirements regarding the relationship to the underlying zone. The staff comment is that the underlying zone is residential moderate density R1, and shoreline stabilizations are a conditionally permittable use in section 1730.030D. Regarding uses permitted in the OM zone, the staff comment is that conditional approval of shoreline stabilization is permitted on lots that consist of beach, active dunes, or other foredunes that are conditionally stable and that are subject to wave overtopping or ocean undercutting, or interdune areas that are subject to ocean flooding. As this is a structural improvement, it will be necessary for the applicant to obtain a shoreline alteration permit from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department prior to the start of work. Application materials do not indicate if OPRD has been contacted regarding this proposal. However, a shoreline alteration permit does require a local land use authorization before it can be issued. As per condition of approval number 1, the proposal conditionally meets the criteria of item number 1 above. Moving into the conditional uses for shoreline stabilization criteria. For conditional use approval standards regarding a demand for the proposed, for the use of the proposed location. The comment is that the EEI geotechnical report states that the site has experienced an erosional rate of retreat of approximately 5 feet per decade, with past erosion control measures in place, and estimates a rate of approximately 10 feet per decade without any shoreline protection. Application materials also state that the subject property is particularly susceptible to flooding due to its elevation and topography. FEMA flood mapping information shows that the property is located within the V coastal flood zone with wave action velocity hazard and AE zone with areas that may be inundated with a base flood elevation to be determined. Regarding the creation of traffic or congestion on nearby streets, the comment is that the installation of shoreline stabilization structures does not affect traffic or other public facilities. The proposed revetment will be located adjacent to a public beach access at the end of the Midway Street right of way. Regarding the adequate amount of space, the comment is that the EEI geotechnical report includes design recommendations and proposed schematics for the proposed revetment. These materials indicate that the revetment would be installed in a manner consistent with the shape and form of other nearby structures. Proposed design does not significantly affect the overall site layout. Regarding topography, soils, and other physical characteristics of the property, the comment is that the geotechnical report includes information regarding the nature of materials and vegetation on the bluff slope, as well as recommendations based on this information. Preliminary design schematics, including a structural cross-section, are included. The intent of the improvement is to preserve soils and prevent future hazards that may result from further erosion. Although this revetment is considered structural, it does not use features such as the foundation that one would find in a structure regulated under the building code, and it is not designed for human habitation. Therefore, the life, health, safety aspect of this provision that would be used for a habitable structure does not apply to this proposal. Again, regarding the site layout for transportation activities, installation of the structure would not affect public beach access, nor would it have any impact on transportation or traffic flows. Moving into shoreline stabilization standards. Due to the project's location on the border of the state vegetation line, the project will require coordination with OPRD, and we've already addressed the shoreline alteration permit. Regarding shoreline stabilization priorities, the staff comment is the applicant's proposal for vegetated riprap will replace a previously approved sand and cobble berm authorized in January 2022 that is no longer present due to erosion. The EEI report's alternatives analysis evaluates non-structural means of shoreline stabilization and details why they would be ineffective or have been attempted and removed by erosion. Based on site conditions and the presence of other structural stabilizations in the vicinity of the subject property, the EEI report recommends the installation of a structural revetment. Regarding qualifications for beachfront protection, the geotechnical report details a rate of erosion, and based on the rate of erosion and the property's location within flood hazard areas and the effectiveness of previous stabilization efforts, the applicant's materials state that there is an identified need. No significant visual impacts have been identified as part of this application, and there will be no long-term public costs or impacts to public accessibility to the beach as a result of this project. Regarding the minimum level of protection, the applicant's effects analysis reviews non-structural and other structural methods of mitigating erosion control. Non-structural means of control are described as being unsuitable due to their low resiliency and inability to effectively withstand erosion of the subject property. And that concludes the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Besides what you've given us right here tonight, is there any additional correspondence?
That is everything current.
And what time is the latest one to come in?
Latest one to come in for this was this afternoon. They were received today. Oh, I don't have the exact timestamp on this one from Oregon Coastal Alliance, but it's 3:30 this afternoon.
And, okay. And Oregon Coastal Alliance had was it Oregon Coastal Alliance that asked for the?
Correct.
Was it, who's that? Do I have it? Oh. Okay. We'll move ahead to our public testimony. The pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports and listed on the criteria sheets on the meeting page of the city's website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed for those criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code which the person testifying believes apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to the conclusion of the initial evidence you're hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The Wyoming Commission shall grant such request by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Okay, so persons who wish to testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
Yes, there is.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newton. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Will Rasmussen from Miller Nash LLP on behalf of the owners of the subject property, Maxine and Martin Siegel. My address is 1140 Southwest Washington Street, Suite 700, Portland, Oregon, 97205. Applicant's going to split his time 3 ways this evening. First, you're going to hear from the owner, Mimi Smeagol, about why we're here today requesting this protection for her home. Second, you're going to hear from certified engineering geologist Adam Reese right here regarding the technical aspects of the application, why the lesser alternatives that have tried have failed and why they would continue to fail. And third and last, you're just going to hear from me. I'm going to try my best to summarize the analysis in the packet in front of you on why the subject application meets the approval criteria for additional use. But first, let me pass it over to Mimi for brief statement on why we're here.
Thank you. And I'm Maxine Siegel, 9515 Southeast 15th Street, Bellevue, Washington, 98004. And with me this evening is my husband, Marty. First of all, we want to thank the city, working through this process with us, and for your stewardship of Cannon Beach always on this committee. We love this community, and you've really worked hard to keep it just pristine. We're also grateful to our team of experts and the friends who are supporting us in our application. We've been vacationing in Cannon Beach for more than 4 decades. Our first home was on Gulcana at Pacific. And after years and years of searching and saving, it was an absolute thrill, a dream come true, to be able to buy a little cabin on the ocean front. I want you to know that we're responsible homeowners. We diligently followed in building and maintaining all codes, all best practices, and we deliberately chose a Cannon Beach architect, construction crew, and landscaper, not only for their expertise of local conditions, but also for our investment in the community. We really respect the privilege of owning oceanfront. This is the most beautiful place on earth. And very importantly, we share your deep concern for the environment. We, my husband and I, our family, share your deep concern for our environment. Our home, as you would think, means the world to us. And Cannon Beach means the world to us. Our children and grandchildren have grown up here. I'll never forget when my 4-year-old granddaughter just looked out at the ocean and said to me, "Grandma, who made this wonderful ocean? Who made this beach?" That was a hard one to answer, actually. But these are our memories, and this is our legacy. But the ocean has changed since we bought and built. My husband asked me just this week, tell me why they named it the Pacific. The waves are so much more forceful and destructive, and we're watching our bluff erode. It's terrifying. It's the stuff of nightmares. And we have tried, and our materials show you, we've tried 3 times to hold back the Pacific Ocean with sand and cobbles and willows, but these solutions just don't work. And as you know, the berms don't even last a winter. So Marty and I are here this evening to ask your permission to build a riprap revetment. If you walk the beach this week, what you'll see that the waves have indeed ravaged our bluff. But in the very same location, our neighbors' homes with revetments remain safe. And we're just trusting in your wisdom, trusting your compassion, and your sense of reasonableness to grant us that same protection. Thanks again for coming out on a holiday week, for considering our application, and for your ongoing service to our community. And happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thanks, Mimi. Next up, we have Adam Reese, certified engineering geologist from Earth Engineers.
State my address, is that right?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, Adam Reese with Earth Engineers, 2411 Southeast 8th Avenue in Camas, Washington. So thank you for having me as well. And I believe that Robert explained a lot there of what was in our report. And I'm sure you all have reviewed that material. Mimi's also, given a good description of the conditions, but the engineering geologist and an expert, I'll go through a little bit of what we did as well, and available to answer any questions after. I know that you all have, addressed similar situations in the past. And so you're probably more familiar with this than the average person. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt in a lot of cases, but happy to embellish on anything as needed. So we began the process when Mimi reached out to us to come and take a look at the conditions of the bluff. We did an initial reconnaissance, evaluated the the historical efforts to maintain the bluff. We know we're going to be in meetings like this later and addressing OPRD permitting requirements, and there's going to be a lot of scrutiny. So we're not taking on cases like this, that are frivolous or don't have a need. So the things that we do from the beginning is obviously assess eligibility, goal 18. As Robert mentioned, they qualified that developed prior to 1977. We look at the need, and here clearly we saw that there is active erosion happening. And in particular, when considering the seagulls essentially fighting back against the erosion, you'll see a lot of properties that aren't actively trying to address the erosion with vegetated berm, the 50 cubic yards, essentially 3 dump truck loads of cobbles on 2 separate occasions to try to, protect the bluff. And if you have been out there and looked at it, sounds like a couple of you have, you'll see barely any cobbles on the ground. So, the ocean scattered those pretty easily. So that brings up the last part of our assessment, looking at the alternatives available. And, we're all familiar with the state's guidance, DLCD. I really appreciated that the state put together such good, clear guidance of the non-structural and structural solutions so that we, in our reports and in our process, can look at each of those, very specifically. Looking at the non-structural options for the Seagulls property, they've tried a couple of them essentially already in one form or another. The simple vegetated berm, that was pretty clearly and quickly ineffective. They did not install a full-scale cobble berm like has been done 2 other times, really, in Oregon, only 2 other times, both by the state of Oregon, which are done on a much larger scale. Essentially, one of the key reasons why they could not have a cobble berm effective for their property, they don't have the real estate. A cobble berm, has a slope of about 10-to-1 to be effective. They have about an 8-foot bluff out there, so they would have to extend about 80 feet out. Like the one that you see up to the south of the south jetty of the river or down in Cape Lookout. Those are the 2 examples, and you'll see those are 1,000-foot plus long, extend out 100 feet. A full scale cobble berm for this size of property wouldn't be effective because they don't have the real estate to do it. And you saw, if you consider a small scale pilot of dumping, 50 yards of cobbles, like what they did, and those are gone. That's a good example of why those non-structural solutions are ineffective. So ultimately, you see the solution that is effective in Cannon Beach, the riprap revetments. I'll take one more step and say that, we looked at other structural alternatives that have been given consideration. Actually, specifically in Cannon Beach, the vegetated berm with soil burritos or soil terraces that are protecting banks. Cannon Beach is actually kind of unique in that the 2 examples that DLCD uses in all of, in all of the state of Oregon are right here in Cannon Beach, and actually within a couple of blocks of each other, down on Pacific. One, and I walked, I don't know if any of you did that as part of this, looking at those examples of what might be other that becomes a structure. You think of a vegetated berm, and that's a non-structural solution, but it becomes a structural solution when they add the geogrid. They're essentially making those terraces. They're putting a biaxial plastic in there to try to hold those soil terraces in place, and then vegetate on top of it, basically try to give the vegetation a chance. The most recent one that was constructed, which is in 2020 at 3188 Pacific Avenue. You can kind of see it was originally installed at a 2-to-1 slope, good angle of repose for growing, media out there. Now it's at about a 1/2-to-1. So going from about a 50% slope to a 200% slope. And you can see all of the plastic and everything exposed and the soil has washed out of it. The lower about 60%. And again, I think work has been done in the last year on that to try to, I guess, give it another chance. And that's all gone as well at the lower 60% of that. So the toe's eroding, it's oversteepened. The stabilizing effect of the bank is not effective anymore. That will have to be completely rebuilt. And so that solution has not worked. There's one other example used, and that's from that was constructed in 2002, and nobody has much history on the design. There was an OPRD permit, and that's why the LCD guidance describes it. But if you go out and look at that one, and that's 2 doors north of the Tolovana Park. I don't know if any of y'all have ever looked at that one. And it's actually described in that guidance as one that's working as far as vegetative stabilization or a vegetative, soil berm. But if you go look at that site, I have photos of it if you care to see them, and look at the character of that bank. There's big angular riprap, sticking out of the bank all over the place. There's cobbles, about 30 feet out from, the shore there. And if you walk right up to the top of the bank, the upper, third of that bank in front of the house, where there is a little bit of vegetation remaining, there's layers of plastic of the geogrid there where you can tell that the soil has been washed out of that. So it's still actively eroding. It's not really an example of a non-structural solution or that it's rock essentially. And so that's not really a viable example, even if you could say that it is working. So our recommendation, and we did a thorough geotechnical investigation, provided a robust design so it'll last for a riprap preventment. Ultimately, again, we looked at all of the alternatives to determine, what's the alternative with the least impact among reasonable alternatives. That keyword of reasonable, is really effective. Shoreline protection for that location and the riprap preventment we recommend is that alternative here. So. Thanks for listening to that description. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Would you like us to follow that format where we ask questions now, or do you want to finish up?
Please, if you've got a question for Adam, absolutely ask it now.
First of all, thank you very much for being here. This, as you said, I think this particular panel is more versed on this than any other on the coast.
Yeah.
More times with these issues, and it's incredibly complex. Tricky issue that we all have a lot of compassion for homeowners with these challenges. At the same time, we have a litany of rules and regulations and other consideration that we're trying to balance. So thank you. Really appreciate you being here to help. Other questions?
I have a couple, but other people could go first.
Go ahead, Nick.
I was just curious. I think your report indicated that you do not know the maintenance history on the 2 San Burrito examples in town. Is that correct?
Other than what we've observed incidentally, the San Burrito options in the past, I don't think that the design has had a geotechnical designer. So, either a planner or a contractor, put those together. It's essentially what you would do, but really our experience probably is the same as any expert in this way. Ours in particular, because we worked on a project right next door to the one at 3188 and a few doors down from the other one, and have observed it over a couple of years, which is more time than the one has been there.
I think
Need to be maintained.
How frequently should?
Right. My question would be,
Sorry about that.
they maintain it, but as I understand, I'm not an expert, is supposed to be a pretty rigorous maintenance process to keep, for instance, sand from spilling out, et cetera. I was just curious if you knew what the history was on those particular properties, whether they were properly maintained.
I think in terms of the maintenance for the purpose of planting and keeping vegetation alive, that is not my area of expertise, and I have no idea. So I'll leave it at that. I don't think that you should have to have shoreline protection that you reconstruct every year, for instance. And that's seems to be, at least in the 3188 Pacific, what would have needed to have happened.
The one that's been there for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then for the application, there was a lot of discussion about flooding. The riprap revetment will not stop overtopping. So it's purely to control erosion, but any flooding that's occurring due to overtopping will continue to occur. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have the buffer that they have now. The state won't let them extend out further. It's essentially to stop it so that there is no additional, to give them a chance with the buffer that they have.
And if this was installed, it sounds like you'd actually cut back 12 feet inland or east in order to install the revetment. I think I saw that here in your design. You said that it would be a 12-foot, I think, over excavation is what you called it. So does that mean that the top of the bluff is actually going to move back 12 feet to the east?
A portion of the bank would have to be cut in order to make a 1.5 to 1 revetment that starts at bedrock at the toe. So that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mike, did you have a question?
Just a small point. You mentioned twice that the solutions that didn't work were vegetated. There seems to be a conflict in the record and I can't work it out. So maybe you could help me with that. Were they vegetated, the solutions that were implemented for the seagulls in the past?
The first one was, and then cobbles were
Okay.
placed out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 2007 original berm was sand and willows and plantings.
Thank you.
Why don't you stay up here? I suspect they're going to have more questions.
Okay.
An hour wait. Well, I hear you bring up 3188. And looking at VE zones and impacts of them. In regards to 3188 Pacific, the VE zone is rather specifically north-south along the coastline. Whereas through 3915, our subject property, I see an inset to that VE zone. There are certain, there's obviously certain conditions that are different here that would obviously have more of an impact to the flow. Looking to use the more structural.
I think the VE zone just exemplifies topography, right? And if you're looking at the maps and essentially that's saying that the smallest tsunami that is predictable, with a subduction zone earthquake or whatever, would swamp it, and so.
Impact at this.
Yeah. So this site, I think the tsunami maps, well, this isn't being designed for tsunami or whatever, but the tsunami maps, if you look at them, are a good indication of topography and why this particular site is special, in a way that it might need stabilization or a more robust stabilization.
Beth, I see your hands up. You have a question?
If you don't mind, I think I noticed in the literature several times the comment that the erosion at this particular location has been made worse, whatever the right word is, because of the hard riprap surfaces to the north and south. That it actually kind of, I guess, focused the wave energy toward this small group of houses that don't have that kind of protection. Am I misstating that? I think I read it in the write-up.
We have that in the applicant narrative, yeah, just kind of expounding on general literature about end of revetment sources. To the immediate north, there's not a revetment. To the immediate south, there is 5 protected properties in a row. I don't know if Adam hit on that as well. I think he might have.
Yeah. Well, I'll finish my question and then maybe you could just respond. So to the immediate north of this, this property is a public beach access. And then as I understood some of the diagrams, there are at least 2 houses on the other side of that are not protected by riprap. And if that's true, if we put riprap in this location, are we simply shifting the problem up further north?
Well,
help me understand that.
Yeah, your recollection of the facts is generally right. Although I debate walking by it if somebody didn't put some riprap in front of the first house immediately north of Midway, I think is the name of that right away. So immediately south of the subject site, there's 5 protected properties. Immediately north, there's the right of way and then 2 properties. Both those 2 properties are set back from the coastline much further than the subject site. There's also the intervening right of way. And just as a general rule of thumb, this section of beach is protected. I mean, like the vast majority of homes down there have revetments because the erosive forces down there required them. To the south of the subject site, about 1,300 of the southern 1,500 feet, if you go to the south, are protected. To the north, it's about 1,000 of 1,300 feet going north. And so there are just a handful of little sites like the subject site that haven't protected yet. And yeah, I mean, some of the literature does suggest that if not done correctly, the end of revetment can increase erosive rates. So it's a legitimate question, but kind of leaving this property in the lurch when the code allows for protective structures, I just don't think it'd be following the code personally.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to lead us in that direction or any particular direction, just trying to understand the bigger picture. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
I had a question kind of along the same lines about the easement that's there, the right of way for Midway Alley that comes out.
Yeah.
So the revetment would end at the edge of the property line. Do you have an idea of what that's going to do? I think it's 25 feet wide, because I can't imagine the city has an intention on installing.
My last conversation with Karen Labonte on a separate project was quite clear that the city did not have an interest in installing reed ends for the moment. I don't know if do you have a design feature in mind for the end, like a wrap in or anything like that, or?
Yeah, essentially just terminate it at a 45 degree angle at the end of a pyramid, essentially. Our purview is this property.
As with all aspects of our design, though, I believe the owner is open to any reasonable condition of approval that the city thinks would mitigate any impact to anybody, that's not the owner, including impact. So if it thought something different than a 45 degree kind of bend in would be helpful, absolutely consider that and probably accept a friendly condition of approval. Certainly trying to design this to minimize any known impact.
And then I had another question that's more related to the actual construction of the revetment. And I noticed it's page 82 of our packet. Can't tell what page 22. I think it's your Earth Engineers report.
Yep.
It has excavation may result in excess sand. Recommend the leftover sand be added to the beach budget by spreading uniformly over the beach. Of the high water line got in excess of 1 foot in thickness. Our sand dune management plan restricts up to 9 inches of cover. And so I just wanted to mention that yours calls out for not more than 1 foot, but our sand management plan calls for no more than 9.5 inches for that. And there are sand for dune management's in reference to dune grading, but I imagine the same environmental impact would apply in this situation, putting foreign sand on top of other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we'd certainly, we'll do it that way, accept a condition of approval to ensure we do it that way. I'm assuming the 1 foot just came from a general best practice from somewhere that doesn't have the city specific knowledge that Cannon Beach has on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sand blanket over top of the revetment.
Of the revetment itself, but this is for the excess sand from.
Okay, got it.
It's like the last paragraph on page 22 of your report.
I think we amend that then to meet the 9 inches that's required.
Okay.
Other questions? I had a question, maybe a couple questions. You mentioned you had visited 3188 Civic. That's after the King Tides or before that we just had?
After, this was just last week.
So I'm not a scientist, so forgive me if I get my terms wrong, but I did also visit after the King Tide events and noticed what I would call the toe exposed, maybe a 3 foot tall.
Yeah.
Toe.
Probably what we're both.
Okay.
This was from Friday, yeah.
Right next door is a property that has vegetated revetment. I noticed the same features there, maybe not foot for foot, but it had been impacted in what I would consider a very similar way as the 3188 property. If both of these structures have been impacted by this event in a similar way, don't they both need maintenance to be, so that you don't have that wall? That one of the concerns that's been brought to us that we've been made aware of is you get this bouncing effect. The waves come in, they hit a surface and bounce back toward the beach and erode it. Now, with either of these two structures, you have a wall. One has rock behind it and one has this cobble berm, or I think you said soil, a softer surface that they're bouncing into until they are repaired. You have that wall that's bouncing. So it seems to me that I guess I'd like your take on what the difference is there. You have two structures. So from my perspective, the difference is, we have this protocol that we're supposed to follow, least impactful to the beach to most. You have two structures that have effectively stopped erosion on at these two addresses in similar ways, and both need to be maintained, but one is considered softer. What is your, it seems like a great little test case there. Can you talk me through how you view that? That's just kind of my layman view on a real world, real life example that we have before us.
Yeah, at 3188, the structure that's eroding is the structure, so that's a structural solution. There, it would be characterized as structural by OPRD, and the structure is actually what is eroding there. At the next door neighbor, there's a riprap revetment beneath a sand blanket, and the sand blanket is, aesthetic. It's the shoreline protection is the riprap that's under there, and the owners, I believe, based on your permitting, have an obligation annually, to restore that, but and to try to vegetate it and get the vegetation to take. So the sand is performing two different functions between the two the two shoreline protection structures there.
Are you saying in one, it's actually stopping the erosion, and one, the erosion's still occurring?
Not specifically, because it's eroding the sand blanket in one and it's eroding the structure in the other. So I think where it's eroding the structure, it's causing permanent shoreline recession of the bank. Where it's where it's eroding the sand blanket, it's eroding the sand blanket.
It's one functioning and one, from your opinion, not.
Yeah, the one with the sand blanket that's eroding and will need restoration is functioning. There's not going to be additional erosion beyond where the design of the structure was. And this one, it's an oversteepened bank, and the stabilizing effect of the structure is essentially gone at this point. So the whole thing is at risk of failure.
Aren't they both oversteepened at that point, though? If you look at just the wall that is there from the erosion that happened from the event. And I don't have the answer to this, but I look at walls and they're pretty similar, not exactly. Looking like it's not a gentle run up in either case.
The sand is in the one beside 3188 here, the sand at the moment is oversteepened, but there's a solid riprap structure behind it.
Would it be fair for us to say one is eroding faster than the other?
The sand blanket is most likely, because it's new and hasn't had time for the vegetation to take hold, is probably eroding a lot faster on the one next door than the one, you know, that where the sand and soil is part of the structure, just because it was installed and consolidated and compacted deliberately.
Yeah, I thought those were pretty similar. I thought they did repairs on 3188 and I thought those were about the same age. I don't know that I'm exactly right on that, but I was speaking more to just a cobble berm having some erosion happening to it every time it gets exposed versus wall of rock, less likely to have that, but still having it. You know, we've seen cases before us where you know, these riprap revetments, you know, with a big enough event, will erode too. It's all eroding. It's just a matter of how quickly. In one view from me is, well, okay, big enough set and all the stuff erodes.
Yeah, sorry, if I'm not explaining that well enough. Like the 3188 is continuing to erode. Next door, the superficial feature of the revetment is just aesthetic only, basically, is eroding in part. You know, there's other factors involved there, because we were involved with that one next door, and so I have a little bit more intimate knowledge of it. In part, you know, there's a season, you know, there'll be consolidation of the material, and then the second season after the repair, it's going to, you know, be better. But we're not talking about that one today, but just it's apples to oranges in a way.
It was brought to our attention last time we had an application for a vegetative revetment, that there were a couple of examples of successful burritos in Cannon Beach, and you referenced them. A question has always come to my mind: how did those work? Why did those work? And why have others failed? And how do you, even if we have a vegetated revetment, how do you get vegetation to stick when you have forces you do out there?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, that's part, well, it's specifically what I was talking about in the two examples that I described in my discussion. And I apologize. I'm a nervous public speaker and a bad presenter, but
I think you're doing great.
But I have photos of those two examples. Again, it's unique in Cannon Beach. And like I said, this was from last week. So the one that they describe in the DLCD guidance, which was 2021, this one was constructed in 2020. So it was pretty much brand.
In your left hand is that the
left hand is 3188
okay.
Pacific.
We'll submit a supplement with all the photos labeled from where and when.
But it also, we gave the supplemental alternatives analysis, and it talks about both of these and why they're not the effective thing that is thought that they might be. I mean, this one, if y'all look at it from there and can see it, I mean, this looks like a riprap revetment. This is what they're referring to as the case 2195 of being a successful vegetated soil berm. It's I'd be happy to pass it around if you'd like, but um, it's what I'm describing is not really an example of a vegetated soil burrito structure, because there's more rock in this, than there is sand or the geogrid, the geotextile that's holding it. If you walk right up to there, which is what I did on Friday of last week, you can see these layers of the geogrid stacked in there within vegetation that's, taken at the very top of the slope, just like you see at Mimi's, just like you see, next door here. Vegetation will live at the top of the slope where it's not getting hammered at the toe by the waves. But here you can see at the toe of this example that's of being a vegetated soil burrito structure, it's all rock. So it's not really the vegetated soil burrito structure that it's described as. It would be ineffective sometime between 2002 when it was installed, or whatever, additional material was added there, or additional material was added at the time of construction. It's not, that this one at 3188 is, they didn't put, any cobbles or riprap, within this structure. I think there's cobbles within the soil material to some extent that's, within the clay and sand. It was within the geogrid that's laying there. And without, so basically without the structural solution, without the riprap, it gets taken out every year, and it's now year over year eroded back. You can put additional sand on it, like apparently I believe that they did last year, and replant it, but it's gone with one king tide event. It's ineffective in this environment.
I'm sorry.
I said in this environment, in this locale. And again, it comes before this planning commission, and in the examples that people bring forward, hey, there are two examples of this, and they're both in Cannon Beach, but that's essentially for all of Oregon.
There's another difference in those two. One is, I assume European beach grass, and the other looks to be hooker willows. Am I right?
I'm
Could be American.
not a master gardener, but it looks like, yeah, this is beach grass.
I think that's right.
And this one, yeah.
Do you have an opinion on which is a better vegetative material on to hold and in there, whether it's a burrito or revetment or whatever?
From everything I've read, the willow would be the better species.
And if this isn't your area of expertise, please just tell me. But would it potentially protect the toe better? Could it grow faster just to get through these king tide events we have?
From limited, again, the plants are less of my area of expertise, but I believe that the grasses would grow faster. They probably planted the grasses with the intent that, that it would be more successful more quickly and give it more of a chance. And maybe there was some sort of a plan later. I don't know. I have nothing to do with this design of then following it up with,
Have you ever seen, a willow or beach grass that would grow at the bottom of that toe?
I'm sorry, that was for Adam. Go ahead, Ron.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'll just say no. Not with the wave energy that's hitting this.
It is interesting though. We have the examples that are used or given to us of successful burritos are willow.
I think what Adam is saying though is those successful examples are one of them has a bunch of riprap at the bottom of the toe, and the other gets washed away each year and isn't functioning to stop the erosion coming inland. Again, he's the expert, but that's kind of what it sounded like to me.
That's correct, yes.
The questions?
Just a quick question. I don't know if this would be your answer or maybe Will has more information, but there are a couple of different erosion rates for this property, provided your report says that it's approximately 5 feet in a decade, which is apparently the same as the average retreatment rate in southern Clatsop County. So is this property actually eroding any faster than the average?
I think what our report makes is that there was 5 feet erosion in the last decade while the Seagulls were, doing a vegetated berm and then fighting the erosion with addition of cobbles on 2 separate occasions. So despite, the efforts to slow down erosion, there was still 5 feet of erosion in the last decade.
So I think my main question is, it's experienced the same rate of erosion as the average in this part of the county, 5 feet per decade. But you quoted here as the average for the county.
If I apologize if that's what it says that the average is, I'm not familiar with it.
You had any further information on relative erosion rates?
No.
Okay.
But if they hadn't been actively trying to prevent erosion, it would have been more than 5 feet.
So they had some vegetation there. So
no, they had truckloads of cobbles,
sand,
dumped there on 2 separate occasions to try to slow down erosion.
I remember when we approved that in 2022, and I think our understanding was that it was going to be much more structural than it was. So it sounds like what actually happened was essentially vegetation with some cobbles, but the main effort in 2022 sounds like it turned out to be vegetation again.
It was cobble and sand. And was there planting in 2022 or was it just cobble and sand?
And river pebbles
Yeah.
and cobble. And it was at the city and state's discussion of exactly what we should do.
As the reports show, the Seagulls coordinated closely with DLCD on what to put there. And keep in mind, they only have 50 feet. They've got 50 feet of frontage. They can't run out onto the beach with a bunch of stuff. They can't go on the neighbor. So they basically can put that space with sand over the top, and there's photos of it when it looked like a big pile of sand. Then you can see in some later photos, there's a little bit of cobble left and then it's just gone. Looks like what it looks like today.
And I recall that we talked about planting hooker willow there. Did that happen? Because it's beach grass right now.
We planted willow and it disappeared.
Okay, so the planting was attempted but failed once, and you didn't try to do that. You just went back to grass.
I think the grass just took naturally.
Yeah, we planted willows to my knowledge 3 times.
Okay, so what's there now is natural vegetation.
CO2, and then one started to tear.
Okay, so you did some planting. It looks like there was OPRD permit waiver in April 2022 to repair a non-structural stabilization project. It doesn't look like they really treated that as a revetment, though. That wasn't a permit for a revetment. That was just drive onto the beach and put in some cobble. Okay.
To repair what?
I don't, it sounds like you're thinking, Commissioner, that there is some flavor of cobble revetment that's bigger than putting rock that they did in 2022. I'm not sure if that's right, at least from a.
So a revetment, though, by definition, is structural. And I don't believe that OPRD was treating what happened in 2022 as structural.
That's correct. And there's a whole bunch of fluidity to this language, like cobble revetment, cobble berm, structural revetment, clay burrito, vegetated burrito. There is, as far as I can tell from literature, not uniformity in meanings. LCD has gotten really specific on what they consider structural and not structural, but it was absolutely not structural. It was dynamic, cobble of a size that can move, which is generally 2.5 to I think 11-inch river rock. That's what was put.
So what was there? There's never been a structural attempt at this site.
This is the first proposal for a structural attempt at this.
I don't think I have anything else myself.
Les, go ahead.
Yeah, I had one more question. And I appreciate all this great information we're getting. On page 23 of the proposal, there in the second paragraph under number 1, there's some discussion about what recommended maintenance for the proposed revetment ought to be. And I won't read the whole thing, but it talks about monthly inspections. It talks about an annual inspection, and then in particular, it talks about following that engineering inspection, repairs, replanting, or limited sand management to be conducted on an annual basis prior to the wet season. To me, that sounds like a very robust way to provide maintenance. And I wondered, is that typical of the recommendations that I forget the name of the company now, I apologize for that, Earth Engineers makes? And I wonder if that is a reasonable expectation for what kind of maintenance ought to be applied to any kind of a shoreline stabilization project. Because we often question, well, was it maintained or not, and rarely have the details of what kind of maintenance actually occurred.
So in terms of where we came up with that, that was somewhat iterative with our prior experience with Cannon Beach, and my understanding from our last conditional use permit that the 5-year period was, considered a reasonable amount of time to do this for. And then, looking at what for a homeowner or, a homeowner with it, they shouldn't have an engineering firm out there every month to do this assessment. That would be a very expensive thing for them to do for a 5-year period. So an individual homeowner could, take photographs, do, the assessment for 11 months of the year, and then once a year have, the designer, come back and take a look at things, suggesting in September, before the worst season for erosion of the year occur.
And I think it's a great recommendation. I've searched and searched for, publications that talk about how should we maintain these kind of things, and there really aren't very many. I think this is really good. I just question whether any of the other examples up and down the Cannon Beach ocean front have had that level of maintenance in the past. I doubt it. Anyway, thank you for the response.
Having waded through more shoreline protected structure approvals historically than anybody would care to, it's interesting looking back in time. 30 years ago, they say nothing about maintenance. 20 years ago, they say maintain it with no description. 10, 15 years ago, they start talking about some sort of frequency in some of the approvals. So basically, as we've had these longer in Oregon, it's become more clear that some degree of maintenance and monitoring is appropriate, unsurprisingly.
A question on that. Would the maintenance be different for riprap than for a vegetated burrito or whatever, the structural revetment that you just showed us that's failing? Would the maintenance be different?
Yes and no. And let me just explain, so the riprap portion of it, that's going to be underneath a sand blanket, it's going to be stable, and, maintenance of a riprap revetment you'd expect might need to occur every couple of decades, potentially if constructed properly. It's the sand blanket that's on the surface and planted, and the reason for the sand blanket, again, is, purely aesthetic. It's to, for beach goers to look at the shoreline and not see another riprap revetment for those that it bothers. The vegetated surface or the sand surface is not performing a structural function at all.
There's no function from that blanket to soften the blow of the waves that impact that structure.
No, there's
Hitting a rock versus hitting a stone is no different. Sorry, ground stone. Hitting a rock versus sand seems intuitively like it's going to bounce harder off rock than it would off of sand to me. I'm no engineer here, but that's just a gut feeling from my sense. Hitting rock versus hitting sand, really with vegetation on it, is a softer blow.
for the period of time that that sand blanket is in place and is as thick as it is whenever it starts, but you're expecting, just like at these other ones, that there's going to be, erosion of the sand blanket, and you're hoping by the end of the 5 years, that the vegetation has taken and embedded within the riprap. So the vegetation or the sand isn't, you're exactly right. While that sand is still there, but it's not the purpose of the sand.
And our challenge has been that once it's on there and it goes away, it has not come back. And that leaves us with hard surfaces and a challenge to the public's beach. That's what we're often faced with, is this: how do we keep these so that they are not these hard surfaces that are causing these issues that we're being made aware of them.
So at the Seagull site specifically, in spring of 2022 and spring of 2023, they brought in a cobble and a bunch of sand. And after the storms, they were gone. So, you theoretically could do that every year, but even then it wouldn't be serving the function of preventing the coastal erosion, because as it gets washed away, the erosion continues, as you see on some of the sites that Adams.
But that was my point on the days in 3188. Both need to be maintained in order to soften that blow that happens. Whether you have the revetment, the hard revetment, or the soft, both need to be maintained in order for that wave action to be softened. It's, one has a longer deterioration life, in my opinion. But both need that maintenance.
If I understood Adam right, though, one of them is serving the function of preventing the erosion from continuing inland, and one of them is not. The one with the rock is preventing that creep from continuing towards the home. And the softer one, when he's talking about it getting steep and continuing to erode inland, it's not serving that function.
I only have this example that I try to grab just so I can have this real-time example. At the days in 3188, the erosion line was pretty much the same. Might have even been a little more on the days, maybe not. It might not have been as high at the days, but it was pretty close, within inches, as to where that erosion that wave action had clearly eroded what was there. Now, I'm not saying it got back to the structural part on the days site, and it did get to the toe of the sandbags on 3188, but the distance it moved inward, the distance of protection from that event, was pretty similar. In my just walking out there and
washing away the sand, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. First.
You're talking about being able to see the sand getting washed away, roughly went to the same.
Yeah, visually, as you're saying, it visually would appear to be the same, but the function of the sand in one revetment is intended to be structural, and the function of sand on another one is intended to be aesthetic. So if the sand erodes on the riprap revetment, the sand's gone, but it's still, the revetment has its erosion control function. If the sand gets eroded and the other one, it is now oversteepened, and the purpose of those sand burritos that were put into place, which is holding back the bank, is no longer serving the function. So sand is eroding in both cases. It looks visually similar. The sand on this one is now vertical for the first 3 feet of it. Sand on this one is now vertical and denuded for the first 3 feet of it. But this one, the clay terrace sand burrito, is a failing revetment, and the other one needs to have the sand blanket put back and planted. serving a different function.
And the San Rodrigo will continue to erode unless maintained. Or even with maintenance, will it continue?
It'll continue to erode, and then the structure has eroded. So once the, again, ultimately, the problem is, when the sand has washed out of this, now you've got your structure, which was the geogrid that was overlapped in Burrito and has the biaxial strength and everything like that. And that's the structure of it. Well, now it's laying in a pile at the bottom.
Not serving its function essentially.
This essentially needs to be torn out and reconstructed. So maintaining that toe, you might be able to maintain it and keep it there by putting riprap on top of it or something like that, but I think that the example in particular, the more recent example, the 3188 Pacific Avenue, is showing why this doesn't work very specifically.
Has your firm ever installed a vegetated burrito or recommended installing a vegetated burrito?
So
we're working on a cobble berm in Coos County right now.
yeah, I've presented the options to many clients in terms of no action at all, in terms of a vegetated berm, in terms of a dynamic cobble revetment, and again, and in a lot of ways consulting them about conversations like this that are going to come up and how you're going to have to explain why one. Again, like I was saying, there's two examples of these in Oregon, and I don't think either of them was designed by an engineer or engineering geologist. This is a landscaping feature that's being plugged in as erosion control. It makes the list of the state's guidance because it exists.
What are the locations where you do list as an option vegetated burrito, or the type of structure that Commissioner was asking about?
Essentially explaining in similar locations that this is what, in particular, certain members of OPRD are pushing for, that somebody should try this first, and again, it's challenging as a consultant. Our job is to support our clients with meeting, not necessarily exceeding, but meeting the regulations in the most cost-effective manner that they can. But this, installing a vegetated soil cost isn't going to ever be said, you should consider cost in this. But this costs 75% of what the riprap revetment is. So to say that somebody should put this in, and that's in initial installation, they're going to put this in and then have to pay a tremendous amount to try to maintain it year over year over year and have that experiment fail, and then either completely reconstruct this and start over, again, at that same, if you had to reconstruct a riprap revetment, for instance, the 75% of your cost is still laying there on the ground, the angular, the rock, and then you'll reconstruct that. The cost is gone here. It's all, the labor, the geotextile, and a whole lot of sand.
Might that stuff function better like along certain rivers or lakes or the Atlantic or place on a planet than?
Yeah, essentially just not in as highly erosive of an environment as you have here in the park vicinity.
Any other questions? No. Very informative. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, with your questions, you pretty much covered most of what I was going to talk about. I'll try to move quickly through my materials and just skip over the stuff that you got out of Adam, just because your questions were so probing and to the point. I get a screen share, Robert, when you got a second.
Be able to.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. All right. So I was going to focus on three kind of key findings in the materials. First, there's a demand or need for the protective structure, that the home is threatened. Second, that adverse effects from the structure have been minimized. And third, that lesser, softer alternatives have been tried and will not work at the subject site. I think you guys got most of those, but let's just skim through here and see what wasn't hit. So Commissioner Moritz asked about the flooding and the elevation issue, and geez, will a revetment stop flooding? No, the revetment won't stop flooding. But as we discussed in our narrative and in the geotechnical report, the two issues are related because as the bluff erodes further away, the overtopping of the ocean is getting closer and closer to the foundation of the house. And the risk of, coastal flooding comes in. The zoning development ordinance several times talks about the need to prevent undercutting, which is the bottom side of the bluff getting undercut, causing more erosion, and overtopping, waves coming over the bluff. Both of those things are happening at this site, and both of those things are getting closer to the home, Mimi and Marty's home. Here's just a couple of pictures. So that's their backyard and their deck, and that's the wave kind of receding away from the house. It's already out in their side yard. Again, you can kind of see where the overtopping was pushing that debris and wood up real close to their home. As Mimi said, that's their home. It's real scary when there's a big storm going on and that's happening.
Is part of that picture taken in the right of way, or is some of that?
I believe it's taken right across the right of way. Yeah. That picture in the right of way just north of your home, kind of looking at the side, the north face of your home.
Actually, no, because I didn't take it.
I'm pretty sure it's what you're asking. I'm pretty sure it was taken in kind of across. I think that's the north face of the home, looking to the right. This FEMA, mapped this site basically is one of the most ocean flood prone sites in Cannon Beach. It's in the critical high hazard area, as you can see for this site, because of the small bluff and low elevations. It sounds like most of the commissioners did a site visit. Whether you're approaching the home from the north or the south on Ocean Avenue, you no doubt noted that you start up high if you're walking down the street or driving down the street. You get down to midway at the low point right by Mimi's house, and then it comes back up again. That's reflected in all these risk maps. And it just increases the risk to their home of both flooding and coastal erosion. It's reflected in the FEMA map. So this is a federal map. This is also a FEMA mapping from the National Flood Hazard View layer. I tried to enlarge this enough to give you a picture, but the blue area is the most severe coastal flood hazard area, the high hazard area. And then there's a black line with little triangles along it that you might be able to see there. That line is actually the moderate wave action boundary. There's almost no homes in Cannon Beach that are within that area because that's where wave heights of 1.5 feet are projected by FEMA. The Seagull's home is the only one down on this stretch of beach that's in that at all. It's a very uniquely, unfortunately suited site that's in need of protection. This is kind of this is the same exact map, but just zoomed way out. So you can see the southernmost mile of coastline in Cannon Beach. And again, in this whole area, there's only one home that's in the limit of moderate wave action boundary. And that's unfortunately the Seagulls and why we're here today. These are tsunami maps, state of Oregon, tsunami maps from Dogami based on 2013 data. Purple map is the Cascadia, smallest Cascadia subduction earthquake mapped. The orange one is Eastern Aleutian Islands map, both just because of the low elevation to Commissioner Orloff's question. Low elevation makes it really vulnerable. Another more picture of the ocean kind of overtopping location.
Is that the location of the stairs? Is it safe to assume that
That's close. Yeah, that's real close to the stairs. I don't know exactly if it's right at the stairs or if the stairs are right next to it, but it's close to the stairs.
I think you see the railing there, right?
Is that the stair railing on the right?
Just in photos center, just slightly above the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the slight, in the red.
Yeah.
Which is good spot.
I can answer the question where the stairs are.
Yeah.
Stairs are to the left, but wide. Those stairs you see on the right side is somebody's house or.
So this is somebody's
Yeah,
house.
That's a house. If you go straight out from where, right in the middle of where the phone is.
Yeah.
That's the public access stairs,
So right out here. Basically, the water came up right around the stairs.
correct?
Okay.
It will end their property to the stair that, it's come right up the stairs for sure.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. In case that wasn't picked up on the mic, it looks like the witness says the flooding was coming right up by the stairs and the adjacent Siegel property. Try to keep moving along here. We talked about the extent of riprap down here. These are just some aerial photos. The purple areas are permitted riprap. I think some of the ones that aren't permitted might also have a little bit of rock in front of them, but the Siegel home is the one with the gold star on the far left. This is the property this is showing all the riprap to the south, because the erosive force of this area is so intense. All these folks needed the protection and got it, and Siegels are asking for the same.
Well, could you hold on that picture for just a second?
Yeah.
Make sure I understand. Star further south to the left.
Further south to the left, yeah, so yes, that's right. So the first picture, I've got another one going the other direction down below, but this first picture is showing all of the revetments to the south.
Okay.
Of the subject site.
And
And this is,
I actually had another question on that same photo. When I was out there, I noticed that house to the south. I only noticed like 5 feet or 10 feet of it had riprap. Do you know if there's approved riprap at that house to the south, or if it's bleed over from the house, one house even further south than that?
so I believe this map is based on permitted riprap.
Oh, no, so they had permitted riprap.
That's my understanding. If you want me to get to ground, I can absolutely go pull a file from OPRD, but my understanding is, yes, it's permitted riprap. But I've noticed the same thing, that it doesn't appear to cover.
It looks like maybe 10 feet of there. I think it's a 50-foot wide, like 10 feet maybe.
I happen to know the story of why. They're gonna see if anybody knows why.
What is the question?
Is that, are you the immediate neighbor to the south?
Yes.
Do you know why it looks like the revetment kind of covers part of your property, but not?
Will, can I just, I'm.
Yeah, sorry.
If you could give us your name and filing address, will be official. I appreciate you, first of all, chiming in. Really appreciate your help. If you could give us your name and address, would be, that'd be great.
Martinson James. And my mailing address is P O Box 216, Tall Valley Park, 97145.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So it sounded like you didn't know why.
I don't know that. I know that, well, my family has had that property since it was built in the 60s. And so I don't know if it was there. I know my grandmother at one point had investigated that, but then she passed, and I don't know that any.
When it came to you, it was there. You didn't put it
Yes,
there.
just how it is now.
Okay.
So I'm here interested.
But the big picture is not everybody. The vast majority of homes down here have revetments. This is just one of the last remaining gaps, and it's the lowest house in this area. So it's probably the most in need. This is the same thing looking to the north. Again, on the far right, the Start property is the Siegel property. Then there's the Midway right of way. And a couple of houses that are, I believe, not permitted for riprap, but I kind of wonder if one of them has a little bit of rock out in front of it.
Unless this was your question, the two houses immediately north?
Yep.
That's right. I just wanted to understand, yeah.
And you can see they're set back a lot further. They're not particularly at risk, and we don't want to do anything to put them at risk. And there would be the right of way buffer between the Siegel house and their house. This is an aerial photo from June 2022 to Commissioner Moritz's question of, geez, what that thing looked like. So you can see there's a big old pile of sand. Under that sand is a bunch of Pobble River rock. And then as Mimi said, there was plantings attempted over them, but it all got washed out within 1 year, within one storm cycle, storm season. This is June of 2022, that big Pobble sand berm thing. There's April of 23, right after the storm season on, and you can see the undercut berm there. It's overhanging because the ocean's coming up and eroding under it, which we try to avoid, and just all gone. You heard Adam talk about why some of these other structures don't work from his professional opinion. I just put these in here to note what he's saying also matches DLCD's guidebook for erosion regarding the vegetative stabilization and kind of vegetative burrito type things. As I highlighted, it's only suited to areas with mild to moderate erosion. That is unfortunately not this site. Dynamic revetments, they're just not as reliable as traditional revetments, and they're not suitable for use on single lots or in areas which don't already have cobble on the beach, according to the LCD, according to the state. All right, we don't need that. So everything else, I think, was covered nicely from the questions that the commission answered Adam. I'll just pause to see if there's any legal questions for me. And if not, we'll just hang out and let public testify.
Any questions?
I think my question would be, as you know, one of the criteria is that there's a critical need to protect the property threatened by erosion hazard. So right now, the bluff is 30 feet away from the house. It sounds like the applicant is willing to give up 12 feet of that to put in riprap. Is the need actually critical at this time? It sounds like there could be another 10 or 15 years before we get to a point that the bluff is 12 feet away from the house.
Yes.
So can you walk us through that?
This time, and your question, you said it could be 10 years or it could be 12 years before, you didn't say what, the house is destroyed or damaged.
Feet. So in other words, they're willing to give up 12 feet right now of their yard for this riprap. So it seems that there's at least 15 years, let's say.
So they're giving up their yard, but replacing it with rock that's going to protect their home. It's not like it's going to be air there. There's going to be big rocks that protect the erosion from coming closer to their home.
It will protect the erosion, but it won't protect the overtopping, which is another concern. It sounds like actually one of the primary concerns.
It will. So you see this wave right here. That wave, when the berm was 10 feet out, didn't get that close to the house. Now it's right at the house because the bluff is continuing to erode closer. So if you let that thing come 10 feet closer, I'm a lawyer, but my inference is that that wave is going to be in their foundation at their house. I think they have a basement.
You're also referring to the very top of the
Yes.
top of the revetment.
Yeah.
So you currently have a vertical bluff and you're replacing it with an angled, armored revetment. So the 12 feet or 10 feet or whatever is referring to what, the very top of that armored structure distance. The bulk of, I guess, the central portion of the structure is much less than 10 feet. I mean, theoretically, the toe is likely effectively where the toe.
Right. I would expect that. I'm thinking of the overtopping question.
And I really want to answer your question because I think it's the core of what kind of caught this commission up on this in the past. And to me, the core of your question is, could it be that way? Could it be in 10 years? Could it be 12 feet away? Or you could change the time and change the distance. It could be. This is all a question of risk. To Chair Newton's point, at some point, the wrong storm's going to come along or the wrong tsunami, and it's going to be a full reset. this is all about risk.
Mhm.
You know, like the wrong storm could hit this year and it could wreck the Seagulls home. This map up here, this FEMA map, I think it's from 10 years ago about, says that 10 years ago, FEMA thought that there was that this is me describing that black line that goes through their home, that there was a 1% chance of a coastal flooding event that would result in 1.5 foot waves in their home. Since that time, over those 10 years, the bluff has gotten closer. So I don't know if now the chance is like 3% of a storm in a year that has 1.5 foot waves on their home. But I don't think, like, just as a guy fortunately blessed enough to have a home, I don't think telling the Seagulls or somebody like the Seagulls that when they've got an engineer like Adam and Earth Engineers who does this stuff around the world saying like, yeah, you need a revetment, that say like, you only got a 97% chance of not ruining your home. To me, that's not
Right.
That's not what the code kind of says we should do.
And I don't think that any of us would argue there isn't a need for something. I think the question is, what is that level? Does it need to be riprap, or is there another alternative, which is what our code asks and in fact requires that we consider. So I don't think anyone's arguing that this isn't a situation that needs a change from what's there currently. That is definitely, to me at least, that's not the question. The question is riprap necessary right now, or is there time to try one of the other alternatives? I think clay burritos being the general one that comes to the top of the list, because that's what our code says, that we need to know that those alternatives don't work. That's where I'm stuck.
So I hear your desire to ask that question. The code though, it's 1780-230 sub D, the 5 shoreline stabilization priorities, doesn't actually list clay burritos or burritos at all. It says proper maintenance of existing vegetation. They've tried that. Planting of riparian vegetation. They've tried that, it sounds like thrice, 2007, 2022, 2023. Third option is vegetation. There's not like a, clay burrito option. And again, we're in that fuzzy language where we're kind of walking a line between what you consider structural or not. But, there's 15 different things that we could consider, that 5 of which are on this list. 10 of which aren't, including the kind of burrito concepts. Adam talked through why he doesn't think that burrito concepts have a chance here. And we could say we could try that again here. But I don't think that, I think we've met our burden of proof. I think with Adam kind of explaining to me anyway, I understand why he thinks that wouldn't work and why that hasn't worked in the 2 examples in the guidebook that are about a half mile north of the subject site. But you get to make that judgment for yourself, obviously.
And I don't read this as saying we can't consider clay burritos.
Well, it doesn't say we can't.
Say that is still in the priority system. So I think it is still what we are supposed to consider when we think about priorities. And certainly I believe OPRD will be asking that same question. So be the first to ask.
Try our best talking with them too.
Other questions? Anything further?
All we had.
Anybody else on the applicant side you'd like to vote?
That's all. We let the public speak. Appreciate your time and really appreciate the detailed questions.
Yeah, no, appreciate you having your expert here. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll move to presentations by proponent. People in favor of this application. Vote.
Should I come up there?
Yeah, typically people stand at the podium, but if you're more comfortable sitting, you're welcome to do that as well.
Reintroduce myself. Lori Martinson James. And my address, P.O. Box. And we're just to the south of the Seagulls. And so we've seen this, and my family has had the property since the 60s, and I've been going all my life. And I've definitely seen the berm or the seawall come closer to the house that used to be, you know, further away. And like I said earlier, my grandma at some point before she passed had investigated doing something like this, and I don't know what happened because I don't know if it ever happened, or I don't know. I didn't even know about the you know, the south and the north of what they were saying. That was good information for me to have too. I didn't know that. Anyway, I'm definitely in support of the Seagulls, and I would love to see them get the approval for the shoreline stabilization structure. And Rodney and I, like I said, or well, maybe you need to sing too. Anyway, right there, and we see it every day, and we're here full time, and the waves coming up. I mean, I got pictures and videos of the, you know, the coming over the berm, and I've seen their yard flooded like it was with the white foam more than once over the last few years. Anyway, and the king tides, I mean, they hit it, and not only the water itself, but particularly this year, so many logs right in front of our little area right there. I mean, like, you know, tree trunks, huge logs, and, you know, roll up and hit that and undercut it. And we definitely have one of those pictures that you showed the undercutting. That black pipe that was sticking out is right between our homes. And it was so much more exposed than it was even just a couple of years ago. So it's cutting in there, the logs and the tide itself. Anyway, I wrote this all down, and I'm just sort of, but anyway, I just think, and and you guys kind of mentioned the homes there really is the lowest elevation of any homes in Cannon Beach on the ocean that are in front. Like he was saying, you go down one side of the street and it's up, and then you go back up the other side, and theirs is absolutely at the bottom, no question. And ours is just a little bit higher, but it's real close. And so it's scary, you know. You know, my kids have seen it change, and, you know, my father saw it change, and it's just, I think that something, you know, and of course, none of us are wanting to do anything that would be, you know, look bad, or we don't want to, you know, make it look bad for tourists and, you know, other homeowners in the area. You know, we want it to look good and just, you know, protect our property. Anyway, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No.
Okay. Are there other proponents who would like to speak at this time? Anyone online, Roberts? Oh, we got, okay. Whose hand first? I think, Tim, your hand I saw first, and then gentleman behind.
Tim Ramey, PO Box 429. I'll be very quick. Props go out to the Planning Commission for dealing with this huge packet. But I would also say it was a really good packet. A lot of factual evidence there. Great to see the expertise, you know, brought to bear on the subject matter. And, you know, I have no dog in the fight, but what I'd like to see is expertise win. I'd like to see us do the right thing here, and I trust that y'all will do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir, if you want to come forward, please do.
Hi, Rodney Dowell, PO Box 216, Cannon Beach. Yeah, I live and own part of the house right next door to the south. We've kind of been discussing, and you know, I've known the Seagulls since I think 2018 when I first started living around here, and I've known them to be good people that care about the beach, just like, you know, everybody in here. And it's been interesting listening to their experts, and it's been interesting the questions. I'm sure you guys are very knowledgeable on the area and these particular issues. And my sense is that if they've done this diligence and they have a concern and it's been validated as a homeowner, I think they should be given that consideration. I know listening to this here, I'm like, well, this could hurt me, or this could help me. I don't know. I don't know enough about the setup and what it might do to my property. But I feel like if they are homeowners, they should be able to protect their house. Because I would want that same right or privilege, whatever you want to call it, I would want that too. So I support that. Their efforts, and I rely on their experts that are seemingly very knowledgeable and have done a lot of diligence. And yeah, again, I think they should be able to protect their house if they feel like this is gonna do that, and it's not gonna be anything that's like ostentatious or, look at me type of, I'm sure it's nothing like that. It's really a fundamental, structure or whatever we're calling it to help protect their home and their family. So thank you.
Are there other proponents who would like to come forward at this time? Anybody online, Robert? Okay, we will move to opponents. Are there opponents who would like to speak at this time? Please come forward.
I'm going to try to share slides. I've not done this before. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So.
Oh. We'll get there. I'll let her get in her seat.
So how do I get my box? I can see window picker and directly. You see something? Okay, so because I know this is not the best and for you guys, I also have some printouts.
Okay.
Sorry, Diana Turner, PO Box 211 Cannon Beach 97110. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Friends of the Dunes of Cannon Beach. So I'd like to use the slides that Aaron and Les have something to look at, but I also have for you guys, I'm happy to make sure I have it. Review. And I emailed this to you. How's that?
Thank you.
Oh. Okay. I don't, I'm sorry.
We'll see how many.
Oh, do we have one more? Okay. See. Guys, try. So. I'm thankful to each of you for your service, and also city staff, especially on nights like these when your packet is so huge. And I'd like to first join Orca in asking for a continuance. As you know, it's hard to track down info with many people out of their offices, such as both Shoreline representatives and OPRD. And Robert had to hustle this morning to try to get an answer for me as well, which I appreciate. Luckily, after recently considering and unanimously denying the Stephanie Inns riprap application, which was upheld by your city council, many aspects of this application will feel familiar, such as the applicant once again not proving that a higher priority protection measure as laid out in Cannon Beach Municipal 1780 to 30D, such as an engineered vegetative burrito revetment, where there are many other instances where conditions of approval are unmet. I hope to go into those in more detail in written testimony with the expected continuance. However, tonight I'm sharing several images that show that an engineered vegetative burrito revetment, like the 4 lots, there are 4 lots, 3 of which have held their slight for over 2 decades, is an erosion control measure that could be successful here and that meet both Cannon Beach Municipal Code and OPRD's requirement that a reasonable level of protection is granted while also protecting the public's beach. And Mickey, to your question about, or your statement that though it is not spelled out in our current code, which is over 20 years old and needs to be revised, and something that I have been working on with a group of representatives from DCLD, OPRD, Surfrider, Orca, and Crest to make recommendations to the city. I've also been invited to participate in OPRD's revision process, which will start in a year. The city council and their findings on the Stephanie Inn specifically said, and we'll remember this, that the vegetated burrito is considered in the hierarchy. That is what the council decided in their decision at the Stephanie Inn. So let's see, I'm going to go. So again, from the Stephanie Inn denial decision, findings of fact from your city council, this is a quote: "The council must remain conscious that shoreline protective structures require the sacrifice of portions of the public beach that the council must steward for future generations." So you guys are in this position often. You're looking at a homeowner who has a scary situation, but your higher task is to protect our public beach for future generations. And it is well documented and mentioned in this finding of facts that riprap revetments and seawalls drowned beaches. Our high impact wave energy hits those hard structures and it scours out the sand, leaving a ditch. And as you guys know, our beach is part of our highway system. It's free access for everyone. And what can happen in these situations is that we would lose our contiguous north and south ability to traverse Cannon Beach. So if you have an area where, the scouring has occurred and that part of the beach is drowned, even if it's just that area, rather than what will happen eventually, and a geologist can tell you when, how many years that will take, the whole beach can be drowned. So we're kind of nickel and diming our beach away every time we approve a riprap structure. So it's compelling when you have a homeowner who is concerned, and I understand that, but that is not your responsibility to fix or to, help do the math on what's the, cheapest and easiest to maintain structure. So I want to go back and I really appreciate Adam Reese's frankness in this. And I just want to say once again that what they had initially was a landscaped solution. They built their house. There was a rolling slope. According to Mike Morgan in his 2022 presentation to you guys, and he described himself as a city planner and a nurseryman. He was very clear that he was not an expert engineer. And what he presented to you, and Mickey, you made comment about this, was that there was going to be a placement of 50 cubic yards of cobble at the toe of the embankment, which would be overplanted with willows and European beach grass. He asserted that a $10,000 geotechnical report wasn't needed to protect the toe of a bluff by placing some cobbles down. So though the alternative analysis and Will's narrative refers to this as a cobble berm, it is not, and their geologists did affirm that. I also want to point out, and Mickey, you touched on this, OPRD issued only a drive-on permit. There was never any discussion or expectation that this was a built revetment. They received permission to bring vehicles onto the beach and place cobble. Part of that condition approval that you guys placed on them was that there would be yearly reports on how that vegetation was doing and how that cobble was doing. A according to Robert's records, that never came in. You never received that. You'll also remember at that meeting that there was discussion with Jeff Adams about getting aerial footage. And that when these reports came in, you guys would have the ability to overlay the aerial footage of the area onto their reports. Well, it's hard to do with no reports, but I wanted to remind you guys that you now have 3 years of flyovers. So they're done every June. So Jeff Adams did make that happen. And that's something that you guys, may want to start using for your evaluation, because what we all want is for you guys to get really good at knowing how this stuff performs so that you can make better decisions for all of us. Let's see. In 2023, a second OPRD drive-on permit was issued, and again, a waiver saying you do not need a permit because you are not building anything. So they got a waiver to an application, and they got, again, another permit to drive onto the beach, gather up the dispersed stones, and put them back. One of the requirements for that waiver was that there would be pre and post pictures of that operation. According to OPRD's records, that did not happen. So then we go to what you need to know is, or what I'd like to make sure you understand, is that neither of these were engineered. This is not an engineered solution to control erosion. So as Mickey pointed out, when they go to OPRD, they will be required to do something that is engineered. And in this 2022 meeting, Mike Morgan references that, the knowledge that OPRD would require them to do something before moving on to riprap. So then I'm going to go to the next image. Just again, it's the what they're calling the vegetative berm constructed in 2007.
Slide to it so we can see the pictures a little bigger. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. This is much bigger.
So I already touched on this. So that the landscaper put jute down on top of the soil to hold it, and then planted European beach grass. Now, 2007 to 2022, that's 15 years. But in the narrative that you received, they said that it quickly failed. I don't consider that quick, particularly a failure. So they did not move to install any other type of erosion control measure until 2022. And again, there's no record of any maintenance on that vegetative, what they're calling a vegetative berm. So this is the picture that Will showed you, and I agree that the yard looks rough and the scarp looks rough, and it looks like everything needs watering, And as Ms. Siegel said, the Pacific Ocean is going to beat the heck out of anything that's put there. I spent Saturday at the State of the Coast, a statewide conference put on by Sea Grant and OSU's Hatfield Marine. And Professor Peter Ruggiero, who Will references in his material, spoke about erosion control and the future of shoreline management. And he was very clear. He started out by saying nothing is going to hold off the Pacific Ocean. It's not possible. Beaches are meant to erode. They erode, they move east. That sloughing brings more material into the beach. So the problem is that we've decided that we want to build here and that we should be able to have structures here all the time. And that's what's creating this friction. The Native Americans enjoyed it in the summer and went elsewhere in the winter. So it's a hard thing. And, people will have to decide if they think it's worth it being on the oceanfront. So I just wanted to throw this picture out, and you may have seen. So you can see, though, that, with some water, the European beach grass, which is not native, came back, and it's, it looks to me like it's doing a good job. So this was taken just a couple days ago, and we're looking north, and you'll notice the property to the south has hooker willows, which are the plant material that are used on the 3 20-plus-year-old successful burrito revetments in Cannon Beach. And you can see though, even, and this is riprap behind the willows at the neighboring property. Where the two properties meet, there's still erosion there at that toe, you know? So even if you've got riprap and willow, it's a tough spot. They've alluded to this. So nothing's forever. Okay, so this is the successful burrito that is mentioned in the guidebook. And this picture was taken in August of this year. And it's just a few houses south of 3915 Ocean. So there are no maintenance or repair records at the city or ORPD. And you'll again see that it is planted with hooker willows. And yes, there's some geotech style visible. The report mentioned that there are roots visible. And so they concluded this is a failure. But this has lasted over 20 years with no maintenance. How is that a failure? I mean, that's like saying wearing the same shoes every day for 20 years and looking down and seeing that the toe is scuffed could lead one to conclude that shoes are not effective at protecting feet. So this is a god-awful picture of 3188 Pacific, and it was taken September 2022. So in July, ORPD's Kevin Herkamp came to you guys and did a presentation with Dr. Jonathan Allen and Rhiannon Bezor of DLCD about erosion control measures. And you'll remember that Kevin said that these owners want riprap and that they have been lobbying to receive riprap for a long time. And what they had been told is that they need to maintain what they had. And this revetment has never been maintained. This is the one that is in the guidebook of erosion control measures. And Haley Bond, the author of that, has been keeping an eye on it and confirms that this particular project has not received the kind of maintenance that one would do if they wanted to have success. Also, please note that it's planted with European beach grass. Again, a material that washes away, especially when it hasn't been given time to establish. And Haley Bond has written a paper explaining on her lab experiment that recently planted European beach grass on a dune. That dune will survive less well than a bare dune. So again, OPRD has asked them to plant hooker willow. They're sticking with their European beach grass. So here is a picture of this same revetment in August. So at the day's OPRD hearing, these folks testified that, you know, they tried it, didn't really work. They want riprap. ORPD, like I said, told them, not moving you to riprap. You haven't given this a fair shot. Sometime, I don't have a date, between February and August, they did this repair. And once again, you'll notice no hooker willow. So this is looking north after the king tides. And this property has riprap on both sides. And you'll see that there's more erosion on the Days property to the south. Okay, so now you're looking north. And the Days property was approved for vegetative riprap in January 2024. And the neighbor to the south has their vegetative riprap planted with hooker willow. So, and this picture was taken just a couple of days ago. And I think Commissioner Newton mentioned that if you look at the property line between the Days and or between 3216 and 3188, they're very comparable. So who's to say? So looking south, so you can see that the riprap to the neighbor's riprap has moved in front of 3188. So it too will require maintenance, as all erosion control measures do. In this application, they refer to riprap as the permanent solution. There is no permanent solution. Kevin Herkamp of OPRD has said that when talking with applicants who want to apply riprap, they give them the figure that they will need to budget 30% of a revetment's installation cost for yearly maintenance. Not that they will have to spend that amount yearly, but that in the end, it kind of, comes down to that. So again, here's an example of riprap that is big old huge stones and it's moving away. So this is at the property line looking north. That's what I was talking about. So the vegetated burrito and the vegetated riprap are about the same age. They both took a beating. They both are going to require some maintenance. So this is 3216 Pacific, the vegetated riprap in August 2024. So for whatever reason, they too have chosen just to plant with the non-native invasive European beach grass. And they looks like they have some drip lines. They look like they do need more water. They do need some more fertilization. To Les's point about maintenance, that's one area where DCLD and the geologists at OSU who are working on this and OPRD, and I hope Cannon Beach are really looking to have some improvements so that there will need to be a planting guide, including that you do have to include some woody material. The other benefit of adding the woody material is that people won't slide down it. It's not going to have the abuse from people passing by, and you wouldn't need to have all these signs out. And in that it would be, how many plants per square foot? How much watering does it need to receive? How much fertilizing does it need to receive? How you have to keep a certain amount of the sand covered in plants. So it's not just, oh gosh, this didn't work this year. It's something that constantly needs to be done, constantly replacing the plants and making sure that it's in the best condition that it can be. So this is a picture of the same property taken a couple days ago. And as Commissioner Newton mentioned, it's taken a beating. You see big holes in the sand. Signs are on the beach. The drip lines are down on the beach. Going to the next picture, this is a close-up where you can see the drip lines coming down. You also see metal rebar sticking straight up. When a beach ranger comes by, they will need to take care of that. So I want to show you the 22-year-old successful burritos at 1858 and 1860 Pacific. And this picture was taken in August 2024. So 22 years old, and there is no record of repair or maintenance with the city or with OPRD. You'll also, notice that it was not mentioned in this application in any way. So, and then here it is, just to be fair, so that you guys could see what it looked like after the storms. Holding strong. So I think at this point, it's absolutely impossible to say that a vegetated burrito may only theoretically work, at least with a straight face. I believe that these folks did try something. They got a good run out of their planted slope. The cobble, we should be surprised that such a minimal effort got such a minimal effect. It was something, maybe there is somewhere where something as simple as that made sense, but not here. But there is a chance to try a vegetated burrito and to believe that it would work. The other thing I wanted to show you guys is, this is looking north, and the applicant refers to the geotextile debris and the exposed roots as unsightly. And as the finding of facts for the denial of the Stephanie Inns application say, There are other aesthetic opinions revealing that riprap and rock revetments are unsightly compared to sand and other vegetated solutions. So while in the analysis that you guys received, this like continuous straight line of riprap was presented as, you know, a positive, it's really ugly. We deserve something that's as beautiful as Chapman Point, and this is far from that. So I hope that you will approve the continuance. I would like to talk about all the other ways that this application does not meet code and prove that there is not, you know, another solution that could work. And I thank you, and I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving and get to spend it with the people you love best.
Diana, just one that continues to bother me about this whole thing,
Okay,
the future.
yeah.
I'm not sure what's going to happen to our beach anyway, given the potential for sea level rise and the storms increasing. Has that ever been considered by anybody in your studies of what might happen regardless of what we put up here?
So I'm so glad you asked me that. So first, I just have to say that, you know, in your guys' applications, you get references to articles that were written like Dr. Peter Ruggerio's from 2008, where there's these generalizations on the Oregon coast, sea level rise, king tide storms, El Nino. It's getting worse out there. And that is true. But I wanted to share that there is a woman who just finished her dissertation last June, Meredith Leung, and she looked at the whole Cascadia zone and looked at that, what's going to happen and in what time frame. And so I asked her and her advisor, Peter, if they could zoom in on Cannon Beach. And they have agreed to do that at no cost to Cannon Beach so that we will have some real information, because in these geology reports, they're speaking in geological terms, but that's thousands of years and thousands of years, you know? So in planning terms, they look at 50 years. That's what they're looking for. And then there were just these little hiccup. Oh, well, so let me back up. So the OSU report, I'd hope to have it for you guys for this, but I don't know if you know, but at OSU, the master's students and TAs are on strike. So when I saw Peter this weekend, he said that, you know, the person who was working on pulling out that data and creating something specific for Cannon Beach is on strike. So I hope that they get what they want in their strike and are able to get back to work. But yes, I mean, they're looking at that all the time. So in Cannon Beach, sea level rise is not happening. We're doing really good here. In other parts of the coast, it is. But because of tectonic plates, it's not an issue here. And then as far as El Niños, they're starting to realize that they don't understand them as much as they did. So we had some really terrible events in the 1990s into the 90s. And there was a knee-jerk reaction to become, you know, and you see that in Tolovana. That's when a lot of those permits were approved because it was a huge event. But then when they stepped away and said, you know, well, we can't have all of our planning based on 4 bad events. They're starting to rethink all of these things. But, you know, what you heard Jonathan Allen say, what Peter Ruggerio says is, if you can't find that balance of an erosion control measure that provides some protection for the homeowner, but also protects the beach, then the structure doesn't belong there. And that's really scary. It's not something that the state of Oregon wants to really talk about out loud. They believe that communities will need to experience the pain of some really big events and lose some of these properties before people will even entertain the idea of a planned retreat. And it's scary to think about Cannon Beach because the whole town is built behind a dune. So what does planned retreat look once those houses are gone and the erosion continues? But usually people are doing that calculus of timeline, right? So if I can, not in my lifetime.
My concern is that we can insist upon a clay burrito with vegetation and all that stuff, willow. And we're gonna lose our beach anyway. And at the same time, we're gonna lose a bunch of houses. And I'm not saying that's a reason to approve the Siegel application, but I've never heard anybody answer the question, are we gonna lose our beach anyway? I think we might. I mean, you see the erosion out there from just the last few storms. And if you talk to the people who are actually doing the surveying from, what is that rock out there, Lion Rock North, we've lost a lot of sand.
And that's cyclical. I mean, in the nineties, yeah, in the 90s.
Long cycle. I've been here 10 years and I've
Yeah.
seen that happen.
And then in the 90s, in the Midtown area, there was great, I mean, people talked about it was a wall of dune, you know, and now it's moving north. So to answer your question, I've never heard anybody say, we're going to lose, it doesn't matter what we do, we're going to lose our beach. They know that some of the things that we are doing, like building on it and then building hard structures to protect the buildings, will make that beach disappear in those areas more quickly. But I've never heard someone say, I mean, they mostly say like, beaches are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to keep eroding and moving east. Are we going to allow them? And how do we do that? And how do we plan for that? And so a lot of that is around, you know, planning for emergencies.
All right. Thank you, Dinah.
Are there other questions?
I talk too much, so I guess.
No, you're fine.
That's me. Thank you.
Are there other opponents that would like to speak at this time? I saw your hand first. Go ahead, please, Jen.
Ann Siebert Warmond, P.O. Box 778, Cannon Beach, 97110. Dear Planning Commissioners, regarding CU 24-04, please encourage the Siegels to use nature-based stabilization structures rather than hard riprap. Nature-based structures that are properly designed, installed, and maintained have been proven to be effective in many cases and are better for the long-term health of our beaches. Maintaining the environmental integrity of our beaches is crucial to the well-being of the Siegels, their neighbors, and all of us who care about the health and sustainability of our coastal community. Please honor the Orca request for a continuance of this matter, and ultimately, please deny the Siegels' request for a conditional use permit for hard riprap. Let's help them find a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other opponents? Please compose.
I'm Doug Mitchell, P.O. Box 471, Cannon Beach, 97110. The piecemeal approval of riprap and then not approval in some areas doesn't seem to prioritize the beaches themselves. And I encourage the council to put a moratorium on riprap until a more comprehensive plan could come into focus. Not sure what that would be. I hope you guys can figure that out. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there other opponents who would like to speak at this time? Anybody online, Robert? Okay, we'll give the applicant a chance to respond.
Thank you. We'll try to be brief in rebuttal. You know, first I want to say I respect Diana Turner and Princess Dunes a lot. They're obviously passionate about the beach, and I heard Mimi talk about her love of the beach. I certainly love the beach too. This is about the balance between the beach and the potential damage or destruction of a home. It's a balance. You know, there was a discussion of a moratorium on riprap. And there was a discussion about how to do an informed retreat of these built structures I think those are fine conversations to have. But these rules have been on the books in Cannon Beach for 30 years. And when, you know, Mimi designed and built her home here, these rules were largely the same. And if your home is at risk, if there's overtopping, if there's undercutting, if you have a need, you could get a protective structure that an expert thinks will work. And that's all we're asking for. This isn't, there is no predisposition towards RAP. She tried 3 other things. You know, Adam and I are working on a cobble berm down in Coos County right now. Going to give it a shot. I have no great love for riprap. Just want to protect the home. And, you know, when we got an expert here who does this stuff and says, this is the way, I believe him. There seemed to be some allocation of fault for the 2022 cobble berm. Again, there's an imprecise language around these berms. It is, Diana was right, it is a pile of cobble with sand on top, but that is what a cobble berm is. This was just a mini version because that's all we could fit on the site. You know, we don't have, Mimi doesn't have 1,000 feet of beach, and the chance of getting approval from OPRD to stretch 80 feet out onto Cannon Beach with cobble. Could you imagine if we really tried to do that? The public testimony you would get for like a true engineered cobble berm. It was just what was possible at the site. I think Adam wanted to talk a little bit about the photos, and then before we wrap up, I'll talk about the continuation request and a suggestion on how we might try to effectuate that.
Yeah, we're speaking about all of the same projects, just in different contexts, you know. I'm, you know, an expert in this. Kevin Herkamp with OPRD is not an expert at this. He's a wildlife biologist that's, you know, in charge of a permitting agency, but he's not. So for Kevin, you know, for instance, which is frustrating to me, to come in and say, use this specific example and say in 2022, the condition of this revetment, oh, it's because maintenance wasn't done. This has failed within 2 years of construction, this one at 3188, you know, this where all the sand has washed out of the geotextile, like it's failed now in the example that I've given you today and talked about, and it was failing then. This isn't put more sand and try to plant again. This is now in 2022 over steepened, washed out. It's within 2 years, this very expensive structure that's, you know, it's structural as well is gone. The idea for the cobbles and that were put in front of the Seagulls in 2022, and there should have been annual reports or something like that. The cobbles were gone within a year. Then they were gone again within another year. So
they even they filed a request for more cobble. I mean, so it's not like the city didn't know what was going on. So here we are a year later, and we're requesting a different protective structure.
I showed you photos of the 3276 Pacific example and why it's not really a vegetated burrito structure. There is more rock in that than there is soil, you know, so it's not an applicable example like this one is that's failing. There was a lot of you know, false information and conjecture and what was presented by Diana, the idea that sea level rise is not impacting Cannon Beach. It's documented that on the north coast of Oregon, and that's Cannon Beach and everywhere, that about 10 years ago, whereas previously there wasn't sea level rise because tectonically the land was rising still, the deduction zone pushing the North American plate up faster than sea level rise was occurring. Sea level rise is now documented, I believe we reference in our report, to be outpacing that on the north coast. So that's the idea that El Niños aren't as bad as we once thought or something like that, that was brought up. Was completely inaccurate. So I don't know where else to go with any of that other than just.
If that's what you want to say, I think that's great. Are there any questions about what Adam or I just said before I kind of respond to the request for a continuance and try to make that actually work? The next planning commission hearing is in 20 days. The December meeting is coming up soon. I think it would be problematic if we did a full, if you just continued this hearing and repeated this hearing at that date for a couple of reasons. One being it would squish the amount of time the council would have to review this, assuming this gets appealed to council. And second, I think we're going to lose at least one of you, if not two of you, at the new year. And we'd have, folks would have heard all the testimony and then not be decided, or potentially, I don't know if you've got somebody queued up to come in January. Somebody could, anyway, for several reasons, I think it would be best if we didn't do a full hearing then, that we just did the typical 777, or rather a modified 777, to allow Oregon Coast Alliance, Friends of the Dunes, and anybody else that wants to testify more time to submit written comment. Typically, we do 777. Because of the Thanksgiving holiday, I'm sensitive of trying to cut, anybody having their time cut into. So what I would propose is the last 7 days is applicant's final rebuttal. I'd be fine shrinking that to 2 days, and giving the general public 10 days for the first period. So anybody can comment on anything for 10 days. That basically gives people 3 extra days to cover the Thanksgiving holiday. That'd give them until Friday next week, if I'm doing the math right, which is a big if, for anybody to submit anything. 7 days after that, anybody can rebut to anything, which is kind of required by state law. And then I'd accept just 2 days for final rebuttal, so that we could make sure to get you the material at least a day before your meeting, so you can have time to review any final rebuttal argument that might come from us. And then be in a position to actually deliberate and decide what the planning commission wants to do. I see Bill Kavai's lurking online. He might want to correct me on something or say some other proposal.
Lurking, Bill, I like that. Bill, did you have something you want to say?
I'm here. I'm not showing up on my screen. I hope I am there, and I'm hoping.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. So as I understand it, that would end up with the initial 7-day period, as Will indicated, until Friday, December 6th at 5 p.m. for anybody to submit any new evidence. Then Friday, December 13th, 5 p.m. for anybody to submit rebuttal evidence, but only limited to what came in that first 10-day period. And then, if I understand Will right, and he might correct me, 2 days does that include the weekends? Because I'm going to ask Steve when the next hearing is. I believe it's the 16th.
That's correct. Monday, December 16th.
So I
think we might have to change the math a little bit here to work.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Why don't we do that?
I guess I could do it one day.
Why don't we do this? You asked if we had any questions. I don't know if we do or not. Do you want questions, or do you want to? Sure. Okay. Are there any questions?
Are we talking about the continuance?
Not about the continuance. What I want to do is move to us being able to discuss that.
Got it.
But I don't want to do that before. I kind of want to follow order here a little bit. So are there questions before we move into the discussion on how the continuance is handled?
It's not for Will, but I'd like to make sure that Diana and the proponents, I mean, they're subject to this too, or the opponents are okay with that. So a nod, Diane?
No.
Why?
It's that we've closed that section. We can't do that. We can discuss it among ourselves, but we cannot move to that position. Okay. I had a question on, is there anyone else? Adam, I had questions about the sea level rise as well. I'll need more support on that and the El Niños. But the notion of failed, and I just want to put this out here for however we continue this, for you guys to talk about, because it's on my mind.
Yeah.
I don't believe that burrito has failed. It has not. It is in worse condition than the neighboring property, but it served its purpose. It protected the house. So when I think about a structure doing the job that we intend it to do, that the homeowner needs it to do. It did serve its purpose. It protected the house. It may be in a more deteriorated state than other forms, and needs more maintenance, but I am considering it to have served its purpose in this event. So I just wanted to put that out for you to be able to address, whether it's tonight or 7, 10, whatever days we decide.
I think we're talking about failure in two different ways. One is what I'm talking about is the geotechnical sense. So that structure as designed is no longer able to function like it was intended when it was designed. So these burrito, these geotextiles, which at one point were, installed, 10 feet out at the bottom, then the next one 8 feet, then the next one 6 feet, in a 2-to-1 slope, which the function of that when installed at 2-to-1 is to hold back the vertical bank. So the burrito structure itself, that is the structure, and that's providing slope stabilization. And then the plantings on top of it are in hopes that the planting holds the surface of the structure together. And again, from a geotechnical standpoint, and in terms of structure as designed, which was at a 2-to-1, and now today, and again, maybe talking about 2002, we're talking about the day after, erosion occurred or whatever. It's now deconstructed, essentially. You could put more sand on top of this and make the slope what it was, but the structure itself, because of the way that those geotextiles are wrapped in and underneath, you have to take this apart to reconstruct it as designed. You can't refill those and reset them at the elevation that they're all slumping down now.
When you say, so the chair is saying he thinks the function is to protect the house is still there. I always thought the function was to prevent, the continued undermining and further erosion of moving further inland. What do you consider the function? When you say it's failed, what function is not?
No, I'm sorry. So for the time being, now that it's steeper and steeper and you can't grow anything on it because it's too vertical, you can't place sand on it anymore because it's too vertical. And the slope behind it that it was originally intended to hold back has not yet failed. It will, like it was before, because now it's practically gone. The structure is failing. The purpose of the structure in terms of its goal of holding the slope where it was to that point is not a failure.
From the house was preserved standpoint, the Seagulls house was preserved when their cobble was all still washed away, and erosion has continued to happen for the last couple of years, despite their effort to arrest it. It's a similar thing that effort to arrest it isn't functioning when it's in that state, is what I think Adam is saying.
Well, I appreciate the additional perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let's move over to some of the points you made regarding a continuance, and then we'll close the record and discuss it. You said something that caught my attention that I just want to make sure I understand. One reason for maybe the 777 had to do, or some sort of revised period where there was a closed record when we came to meet next time, was around commission members here, and we wouldn't be the same body. Did I understand you?
It's just a practical note, but I think we're losing 1 or 2 planning commissioners at the new year.
But we would have them in December.
Yes, we'd have them in December, but if we come back and have a full hearing in December, at least the last time I was here, you guys wanted to, have staff draw up an actual decision after you deliberated. So you weren't actually.
Findings.
The findings, yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay, all right. Anything else you'd like in our consideration of how we continue, how you?
No, we want to be flexible. That's why we're trying to give more, give some of our time to the public in light of the holiday.
Is there any other testimony you'd like from any of your team?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will close the public record and move to our deliberation. We have the continuance. Why don't we talk about how we continue? Would like to start.
Trying to picture how they modified 777 style works with as little time as we have in the holiday. So I would imagine even if we just had a full continuance and had a hearing, I think we could still deliberate and make a decision on the 16th of December. I don't see why that would be foreclosed to leave the record open.
You okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So before you get too far down that, under state law, if you continue to full hearing and any new evidence comes in at the 16th,
Right.
anybody can request an additional 7 days to respond to that new evidence. So
They
you're not-
would, they would have 7 days to respond. So that puts us to January probably to return, or could we? We can't do.
The meeting in January is like January 23rd.
Yeah.
And that for a 14-day appeal, that gets us past the council meeting dates to scope in the first part of January, which means the hearing, the scope doesn't happen until February, which means the hearing is March. And I think it's the end of March where we have to, where the 120 ends. So we're cutting it fairly close.
Bill, I missed the first part of what you said. So in my mind, there's two ways we could move ahead. Either we just hold the record open until the 16th when we meet again, or we have some sort of a staggered date process that will be tight, given the timing we have.
Yeah, so.
What is?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Gonna say the two options are, one, sort of the 777, we can modify that and we can talk about that later. But the other option is we go to a continuance at the next meeting, which would be the 16th. But under ORS 1976B, what it says is if the hearings authority grants a continuance, hearing should be continued to time and place 7 days. Opportunity provided at the continued hearing for persons to present and rebut new evidence, arguments, and testimony. If new written evidence is submitted at the continued hearing, any person may request prior to the conclusion of the continued hearing that the record be left open for at least 7 days to submit additional written evidence, arguments responding to the new evidence. So if we continue to the 16th, allow people to come in, new evidence comes in, you're going to have to continue to at least 7 days. The applicant would then have their final written argument again, potential 7 days past that. So at the very least, if you do it on the 16th, there is a not remote possibility that your decision, you couldn't make a decision on this until at least December 23rd.
So we could come back as a special meeting on end of December if we needed to speed things up.
Between travel problems with weather
obviously.
And that time of year, getting a quorum can be difficult, but it's certainly something you can do.
It would probably take some type of special meeting.
Yeah.
So we just got to have that. What I can do, depending on what happens, I'll start getting some dates together if that's the route we chose to go. To send out to everyone. Don't know what those are now, but.
Thoughts?
I'm gonna have difficulty after the 29th.
After the 29th?
Yeah.
And
did I miss
with the
something
scope-
or?
And with the scope, I'm sorry, Aaron, with the scope, sometimes the council does have special meetings, never know when that's gonna happen or not. So maybe something could happen in there, but right now I'm just going off of, the typical schedules. So the only thing I was thinking of, if there was a 777 type situation, was if we went 7 days from tomorrow, that would be the first 7 would be the 4th. The second 7 would be the 11th. I was thinking that we would have to have something almost in by the 12th, which is the next day, to try to get it out to everyone. So everyone at least has the weekend prior to the Monday meeting to I guess digest it. So I don't mean to throw anything, but I don't know. how else to make that work where we do it, yet you still have the time you need and everyone else still has the time to kind of digest it.
Mhm.
So if we're gonna do that, that would be my recommended schedule would be 7, 7, and then 1. And I don't even know if we can do that, Bill. Unless if the applicant agrees.
Yeah, the applicant would have to agree to any reduction. And I think I heard them express their willingness to, have as short a time as 1. I think they prefer 2, but that certainly seems to be on the table.
My concern is that we have the Thanksgiving holiday when really nothing can happen. So an initial 7 really looks more like 4. And that doesn't seem quite right either from a due process standpoint.
How about voting tonight? Is that in the cards?
No.
Request for continuance, so you've got to allow that.
Yeah, maybe we just get jammed, or actually we wouldn't get jammed. Maybe city council just gets jammed on this one. It's terrible. They don't like us to do it, but it also is just kind of the situation we're in. We are possibly taking away the ability of people to feel like they've been able to meaningfully respond.
Hey, Bill, on the, if the hearing was held on the 16th and, new evidence was provided, there's an ability, comes down.
We lost audio.
Yeah, I lost audio. I'm not getting anything from the city.
Same here.
So I don't know if they can hear us or if we're just frozen or what.
I hear you too, but yeah, I don't see the city anymore.
See the city, but I think they're frozen. Yeah, the city's gone now. Well, I guess we wait till we're reconnected.
That's all I know to do.
Yep.
I wonder if Robert can see his emails.
Well, it sounded like Steve was asking me a question when he doesn't get a response, so they should figure it out fairly quickly that something's happening.
Bill, there's no rule about when a party asks for a continuance. I mean, we just I don't know about wasted, but we just spent 2.5 hours on this and a request for continuance comes in. So, I mean, shouldn't that have been done at the beginning?
And actually, Orca submitted a letter this afternoon that I haven't seen. They just mentioned it here. And in that letter, they requested a continuance. And, even if they hadn't, at the very last minute, somebody, even the applicant in their final final argument could say, hey, and we want a continuance or keep the record open. It's just sort of assumed at most situations that they will, that if there is a request for continuance, that they have to, the city has to grant it.
And that's codified or, been,
That's in statute.
yeah, okay. I guess I missed that.
Yep. It looks like we've got several people still in here as attendees and not panelists, so I suspect they can hear our discussion. But yeah, at this point, I think we just wait further. I just got a notification on my screen that the recording has stopped. The city has left, and a notification that I am now the host, whatever that means. So I know one of the attendees, Ms. Boyer, has indicated, just so you know, those of us in the call virtually cannot hear you. So I don't know. I think we stay on here, and the city hopefully can reconnect. But otherwise, until you're different from the city, I think we stay on. And if we do hear anything different, I'll put it up in chat and also announce it. We're doing all right, but just hanging out. All right, should we hang out? Oop, there you are. All right. Yep, you're showing up. Okay, take care. All right. Great. All right. Bye. Looks like the city is back up, and it's going to take a minute or two for everything to resolve itself, but we should have the meeting going again.
See the same thing, Bill.
Not anymore.
There we go. Okay. Beth, Aaron, Bill, we had some computer difficulties, so we're gonna have the vote on the continuation again. Just so we have it recorded.
And I think we might want to, if you want, I could let them know what we did, or if you want to, that we decided on December 16th. So everyone knows.
Well, technically, if we vote again, we should probably have the conversation again. Just briefly.
Yes, so.
I don't know where they got cut out.
Oh, we don't know. Okay.
Yeah, so I did not hear what it is, but if you just want to restate it and if there's any issues, we can talk through them, but if you guys have decided on
Yeah.
something.
Why don't we start at the motion again, and then if I'll ask for questions, if there's questions, we can talk through them, and then we can do the vote again.
Yeah, so I motioned to continue this hearing with the record open until our meeting on December 16th.
Second.
Any further discussion or question? And do we have Aaron and Les?
So we're here.
Okay.
We're here. Yeah.
Tessa, will you call the roll, please? From the top.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
No.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Ostrander,
Yes.
Commissioner Orlov.
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay, so this item is moved to our December 16th. Okay. Our next item is a legislative item, ZO 2403. Cannon Beach application for text amendment to CBMC 17.4 short-term rentals. The application will be, make sure I'm not out of order here.
Thank you.
I'm out of order. When you stare at stuff. Okay, starting over. That is the order I have them in here, but we have, that's in our agenda differently.
Yes.
Okay. Me or just? Oh, yeah, no, it's just, okay. So our next item is starting over. This is a legislative hearing regarding continuation of ZO 2402, City of Cannon Beach request for text amendments to Code Chapter 17.70 tree removal and protection. Text amendment request will be reviewed against criteria of the Municipal Code 17.70A amendment, criteria, and statewide planning goals. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or personal bias? Sorry, you notice my pause there, buddy? I was waiting.
Yeah, I got the pause. It is under advisement by the Oregon Director of Ethics Commission. Director that I make a statement on my possible conflict of interest and interest regarding zoning order 24-2. And it's not only to protect myself, but also my fellow commission members and protect the impartiality of the planning commission as a whole. The statement of possible conflict of interest is noted by the city attorney. There is no reason for me not to be part of a discussion or the necessity for me to recuse myself from voting on it. If any of the planning commissioner or city council members have any questions regarding my impartiality, the executive director of the commission encourage you to contact.
Okay, thank you. And we have, let's see, we're continuing here. Is there anything in the staff report you guys want to add that we haven't already? Okay. Additional correspondence we have. So we're really, we'll call for public testimony just because this is a legislative item and it's different than our quasi judicial. So since who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. You know, this is interesting. I wasn't here for the last meeting, but I looked at the notes and the way we moved through it, and there's no right or wrong way, but the applicant is the city. So we would, at this point, representation from the city.
No.
Kind of like the tree focus group.
The tree focus.
Les isn't ready.
Okay, so that, Les has got his hand up. I think, Les, you're the applicant then. Let's hear it.
Yeah, thank you, Clay. I appreciate it very much. So Les Sinclair, P.O. Box 1394 Cannon Beach. But I am speaking not as a planning commissioner, but as a member of the tree focus group. And I've only got a few comments to make to get us kicked off. First of all, I believe we're here tonight to request the planning commission's approval to move the code forward to the council for their consideration. I wanted to stress that this has been a very iterative process, up to and including potential changes that have been discussed within the last 24 to 48 hours. We're really striving to understand all of the input we're getting and to make our recommendation to be as close to what this community desires as we can. So what were we trying to do, though? Just tree protection was one of the 6 or 7 key points that came up as hot topics when we started thinking about what kind of code revisions we needed to fast track. Wetlands was one, traffic will be another one, housing is one. Well, tree protection was one of those. And if I go back to at least my recollection, the things that we had in front of us when we started this process were we recognized that we were losing trees as a city. There were more being taken out than were being replaced. We believed that the city actually is doing a better job of managing the public trees than our code requires private property owners to preserve trees on private property. That was viewed as one of the key things we were trying to address. And then we recognized that large trees, without defining the size, but large trees are actually a public benefit. They're an asset for the whole community. They're not just property that belongs to an owner of a particular lot. Large trees define our community. And so we tried to craft something that would address those issues. But what we don't want to do is we're not here to treat unfairly prospective homeowners. We don't want to craft a code that inhibits construction of needed housing. We don't want to put any kind of impediment in the way of the community, enjoying the place Cannon Beach is. But we're here tonight with what we believe is a well-balanced proposal. We've taken the input we've got. We've accepted what we can. We haven't made everybody happy, but I think that most would agree that what we're showing you tonight is better than what we showed the first time we brought it to you. Anyway, that's my comments. I just wanted to reiterate what we thought we were being asked to do 2 years ago versus what we're going to bring to you today. And I hope that you find it acceptable. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. And I'm going to come off script here for just a second, because this hit me when I watched last month, and it's occurring to me tonight. Bill, in a legislative hearing, do we really have to have an applicant, proponents and opponents? And this be a conversation among people trying to give us ideas and input as a body to come up with policy for our community?
Yeah, I am not showing up on video on my thing. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so more technical difficulties continue, but this should be fine. Yeah, the proponents, opponents, and that thing isn't even necessarily required in the quasi-judicial. It's just a good way to organize things. So no, there's no obligation that you do opponents. You can have as formal or informal requirements, just making sure that people are treated the same and that people everybody who wants to have a say gets to have a say.
Okay. The reason I think that's important is some of what the things that you just said, Les, this is something that, first of all, you're on the planning commission and it seems kind of odd to call you an applicant and have you also as on the planning commission. So that's just a technical thing that kind of stuck in my head. But secondly, I think it's a conversation. And so I'm going to move away from the language that says applicants, proponents, and opponents and just talk and have people talk and describe their background and their history of working on this, your extensive history, Les, and commitment of time to this, and to finding a solution that works for everybody. So I'm not viewing you as the applicant anymore. And when I call from testimony from this point forward, it will not be for proponents or opponents, because I also heard people say there's things about this I like and things about this I don't. And I want to look at this more as a conversation in trying to come up with something that's good for this community. We come up with, not as opponents and proponents, but as a community. So Les, thank you for that introduction. Would anyone else like to come forward and talk about things they like and or things they don't like about where we are at this point in time? Please come forward, Tim.
While the first witness is coming forward, I need to close out and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Something's gone wrong with my computer.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Tim Ramey, PO Box 429, Cannon Beach. Sure, Newton, I was disappointed that I can't say I'm an opponent tonight, I guess, but I've been here twice as an opponent. And I am here to thank the tree committee and Commissioner Sinclair for the tremendous amount of work that's gone to getting this to a good place, I think. I don't think it's perfect. I think there's a couple of things that could be tweaked. But I'd hope you'd get to finality and approval tonight. I think a lot of work has gone into this. I wrote a piece where I sent it to y'all and erroneously concluded that there was a benefit in that perhaps the new language that required replacement made a landscaping decision a possible thing. And I don't mean cut trees down and let's plant a lawn or, anything like that. But we had a situation where we applied for a tree removal permit. There were just two trees that were close together and they were, neither tree would get to its full potential if the other one still existed. And I think we had another tree that we needed to take down for construction purposes. So we applied for two trees, we got one. And they kind of said, well, come back in a couple of years or, whatever. But it would be a good service to the community, I think, to think about that sort of in a landscaping exemption, not I'm going to plant a lawn, I'm going to denude the property, but rather my property would be better if this tree were gone, that tree developed and became more flushed out, and I'll plant another one somewhere on my property. That would be about the only tweak that I would propose, and I think it would be a simple one and it would benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward and share their thoughts on these proposed changes? Yes.
The Kerr, Post Office Box 94, Cannon Beach, Oregon. I contacted Bill Kobiasman today to make sure that neither bias or conflict of interest would legally preclude my testimony tonight. And he stated, quote, in sum, there isn't a legal issue with your testimony tonight, legal issue. So I'm testifying. And I'm not testifying as a member of the council. I'm testifying as any member of the citizen and a member of the tree. At the last meeting, some of you voiced concerns about some of the provisions of the tree ordinance. The tree focus group listened. We consulted further with Jennifer Killian and Jim Giersbach of the Oregon Department of Forestry. And we reworked some of the provisions. But let's face it, not everything is going to make everybody happy. I and some others are not happy because we feel that the new tree ordinance is too lax. Others feel it is too restrictive. So we have to come. What you have before you tonight is a compromise based on the input of Jennifer Killian, Community Assistance Forester for the Oregon Department of Forestry, Jim Giersbach, also from the Oregon Department of Forestry, the Cannon Beach Planning Department, who we consulted, the Public Works Department who we consulted, our land use attorney, who we consulted for legality, and our city arborist. This ordinance is written with the good of the entire community in mind and not just for the benefit of any particular individual. The elephant in the room always seems to be a perceived conflict between trees and workforce middle housing. However, trees and housing do not preclude each other. It is a false dichotomy. Communities all over the country are finding ways to reconcile the need for housing and the need for trees. This tree ordinance, in conjunction with the proposed changes to our housing ordinances, represents a great example of that reconciliation. No one will be foreclosed from building a house on their property. In fact, it is being proposed, and it's not a done deal, but it's a proposition, that if a builder meets the criteria of building a duplex or several housing units on a lot, and those units will be occupied by people who live and work in Cannon Beach, then many of the provisions of our code will be waived or modified, such as setbacks, parking, and some of the provisions of the tree ordinance. I don't want to insult you by raging on about the science of trees and their benefits to the community. I'm sure you're all familiar with that science. It is everywhere these days as we deal with global warming, loss of habitat, and loss of species. However, if I may refer you to the U.S. Department of Agriculture article, Plant a Tree and Save a Life, the value of planting more trees in urban areas, and the Nature Conservancy's article, Public Health Benefits of Trees. It's long, it has a lot of science in it, it has pages of references. It's not fun to read, but it's a good article. I think you might find them very interesting. Thank you.
Lisa, would you repeat that last article? I would.
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Got in here.
Nature Conservancy is the author, and the article is called Public Health Benefits of Urban Trees.
Would anyone else like to come forward this time to speak about our proposed changes? Please.
Jan Siebert Warmond, P.O. Box. Well, this is for the Cannon Beach Friends of the Trees, and it's care of P.O. Box 778, Cannon Beach 97110. Dear Planning Commissioners, Cannon Beach Friends of the Trees thanks everyone once again for contributing to this new, improved Cannon Beach tree protection and removal ordinance. We sincerely support the new ordinance and hope you'll be able to find your way to approve it and recommend it to the City Council. Our green infrastructure is key to the continued health and vitality of our Cannon Beach community. Our Cannon Beach trees are our future. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward? Yes, sir.
Last one here, sure, I'll get up and speak. Greg Tulip, Post Office Box 1073, Cannon Beach, Oregon. So I go over three things, what I like, what I don't like, and one thing I'm really not clear on, the direction. So I like the process that you've gone through. I like the experts coming in, the professor from Oregon State. I feel I have been listened to. I see some of my input has been put into the ordinance, like the fact that a tree that will maybe become, I don't remember the exact term off the top of my head, that may be a risk in the future will not be considered a significant tree. So I like that. I like that incorporation. I like the process. I like being listened to. The one thing I still have sort of an issue with, I live in the presidential area. So I know the lots that are available and I walk around that part of town. I don't know the complete Cannon Beach. I don't go to every community in every area, so I don't have that sort of a vision. When I walk around the $4,000 for each significant tree plus a potential $1,000 to, you cannot plant a replacement tree. One thing I don't like, I'd like to see that cap that maybe a 10,000 or something like that, because I walk around lots. I see, hey, what's it gonna cost somebody who's not an upper income, not the top 10%, doesn't have an inheritance, they want to move to Cannon Beach, they've been coming here for a long time. Like my wife and I vacationed here for 20 years before we bought property, built a house. I went through a lot of issues with trees. And the last tree ordinance was approved right as we were starting construction, and that cost us time, cost us money. And so I'm kind of back in the same position with my neighbor who has purchased a lot from us, because I had a lot for sale when this whole started, and saw what he might have to go through. So that potential of some sort of a cap on that, so that we're not excluding a certain income groups, is the one thing that I don't see in here that I've had an issue with. The one thing I don't understand is I still don't have my head around what the tree fund, what exactly that's going to be. I've read the ordinance. I know you guys have had discussions, and Friends of Trees have had discussions in the focus group, but I would like just in a discussion, a little more clarification, not necessarily into the ordinance, but exactly what is that going to be used for, and how it's going to be used. Because, for example, when I built a house here, there was a 1% housing fee that was put in that, you know, the way I found out about that fee when I was building my house was reading it in the Cannon Beach Gazette. People I was talking to at the city were not transparent about it. So it's always kind of been an issue for me. I still don't know where that money goes, or where my money went that we paid for that, or what's being built. So I see this as kind of in the same light with the tree fund. What exactly is that going to be used for? Because I still don't know what I paid my fee for the housing fund, where that even went. So again, I appreciate the time talking. I appreciate the effort and everybody going into this. And I feel the process has been very thorough, very complete, and all sides have been listened to. So thank you.
Appreciate that comment.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Anyone else in the room? Okay. Mirth Walker, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Mirth Walker, 4910 Southwest Richardson Drive, Portland, Oregon, 97239. And I just want to thank the Tree Focus Group so much for their time and energy, and the willingness to listen to all parties involved. I think it's come a long way, and as I am speaking as a proponent rather than an opponent again tonight. So I just have a few questions, which I submitted late last night. My apologies for my late comments. Number one is the critical root zone definition. Is 1/2 foot for 1 inch enough to typically protect the canopy drip line root zone? Number two, the significant tree definition. Why aren't deciduous and coniferous trees treated equally? Why not 24 inches diameter at breast height for both? And I have a strong opinion that non-native trees should be excluded, but I can understand where, as long as they're not invasive, that you may want to have some specimen trees considered to be significant. But again, I don't think non-native trees should be allowed to be significant. My third point is the required pre-development meeting on site. You may want to say, you may want to consider having an option where the city could require it, but may not in all cases. Like if you have really excellent site photographs and of course the consulting arborist report, there may be enough information there, and that would certainly save some landowners money. It just seems like it's an added expense to require it in all situations. So my fourth point is having the tree removal site plan showing the critical root zone of all trees not being removed. I'm wondering why. That showing of the critical root zone should be addressed in the building permit application for new structures or rebuilt structures. And I'd also like to suggest that there be a consideration of an exemption for a previously existing structure that was in the CRZ of a tree, and that if you're replacing that structure, you should be able to do so because hopefully there are no roots underneath that building. And finally, I'm just wondering if the 2-inch caliper and 7-foot tall requirement for replacement trees might be too large. And I have, not in my area of expertise, but I have friends in the tree planting business that have argued that a smaller tree does better in the long run. So that's just something else to consider. And that's all of my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online who'd like to comment at this time? Okay, let's move to our discussion.
I have 2 items that I would like to talk about, and then I have about 7 within the language of the, as it's written, some of which I will expand on what Mark just spoke about. My first item is something I wasn't expecting to talk about, but seeing how Craig Tuber brought it up, is a cap on the expenditure or the replacement of trees. Each significant tree would be $5,000. To my second, she would consider excluding certain zones from this. Currently, we're looking at housing rewrite, which takes in consideration only 2 zones, R1, R2. Should we consider not including RL or RVL in this, where there, especially RVL, where there may be DSL forestry restrictions that would be overriding things like that, or may have a greater impact financially onto those people that have properties, which have been brought up by citizens of our community at our previous sessions. Those are my two direct items that I'm open to discussion on. But I can get into individual within the code, within the list, if you'd like to go and then come back.
It's up to you. Let's take them on first, because it helps us respond to Mr. Tulip also. We walked away from that last meeting with a request for cap. And we spent days trying to, craft something that we thought would work. But as we started writing, we realized that, in the context of trees and construction, we couldn't really get to a point with our discussion where it didn't become just a blank check over the cap. We couldn't. And for us, that defeated the purpose of the whole tree code. We also looked at segregating out specific zones. But our feeling wasn't that RVL or low density were the ones to fix, because they have the most flexibility within their property to site a home and make decisions to site a home without affecting a tree. That's not true in every case, but as everybody said, we're not going to hit every situation to make everybody happy. But with respect to the lower ones, and I think Craig had mentioned it as how do we help people who need help? It's not going to be people who are buying big pieces of property. It could be people buying smaller ones, but the reality was we couldn't write one that would recognize the socioeconomic status of the applicant in a way that would help anybody. And in fact, if that has to happen, it may well happen in the business code with the housing policy at some point, if it turns out that we become too restrictive. But putting it in the tree code didn't an appropriate approach to us. So to summarize, we did give that question a whole lot of consideration right up to the time that we submitted. And finally gave up thinking, we couldn't satisfy our legal requirements with the goal of the code as it's with the goal of the tree code as revised. That was the cap. You know, and I think you did say, you know, your comment was, in addition to the cap, could we consider something to help people in certain properties? Again, helping people in the they're the low density or very low density properties are not the ones that we need to worry about. I do acknowledge that there may well be some in smaller bits in the medium and high density parts of our city, but we can address that in the business code. I think that's what we need to do.
You also consider reconsidering these?
Yeah, we considered a little bit, you know.
What did that?
It entailed looking at reducing the fees.
We have to put a number on it and the number or?
No, it went this, kind of went this way. We started with an objective to try to preserve our big trees. That's where that big fee comes in, the $4,000. We started.
As a deterrent?
Huh?
As a deterrent?
As a what?
As a deterrent to not.
No, not as a deterrent, as skin in the game for somebody to consider how they might incorporate a tree into their design. I'm not saying, oh shit, I don't want to worry about this. I'm just going to cut it down, you know, because I got this cap and I can cut as many as I want after that cap. There are a lot of people. I mean, we've had this tree code, the existing tree code for a long time, and I'll admit it wasn't perfect, but our experience is where we have difficulty, where the trees are cut and perhaps could have been preserved. We're among people who just wanted to move in and didn't care about the cap. We couldn't touch those people. We couldn't put a high enough fee in there to make a difference for them. We kept ratcheting that down to the point, $4,000, where we thought maybe we can help some of those people struggling by lowering it to that level. And maybe it's just enough money for people who can afford it to at least think about it when they're designing. And that's why we came to that number. There's no science there. I can tell you that. It's just trying to judge where we actually accomplish our purpose without penalizing people that we want to build homes here. And that's why we came with $4,000.
I'm still sort of stuck on the number, mainly because a lot of our lots that are available have significant trees on them.
Mm-hmm.
And those significant trees are going to be in places where a house cannot be built around within a buildable footprint. And that's going to immediately add cost to the project. Not due to the inability to relocate or jump through the 4 hoops that you've laid out to be able to remove a significant tree.
Can I want to make sure I'm tracking. Okay, so if you have a significant tree on a lot, but did you say that the significant tree, there are examples of lots where the significant tree is not in an area where a house could feasibly be built?
No, it would be in an area.
It is in an area.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have misheard you.
In the center of a lot.
I see.
You know, and there's no exception, or, you know, I have a difficult understanding on how to work around that.
See, that's the point. We don't want to work around it. We want significant protections on our trees, and we want people to make informed decisions, knowing that if they decide to cut a tree, it will cost them. And what I'd like to see is, you know, an architect, house designer saying, well, you know, this 80 square feet is going to cost you $50,000, but if you don't build that 80 square feet, you're going to save $4,000 here. In that trade-off, there's some decisions to be made.
Sure, there are, and as a designer, I understand that. But there are certain situations where there is going to be a tree smack dab in the middle of a lot that cannot be built around and will need.
I have an idea on this because I think this is a really controversial issue. I've had more people approach me on this one item than any other in a long time. What if we leave it where it is and we have some cliff notes that we send forward to city council and go, this was a very contentious issue for us. It is, you know, in trying to find that marriage between, you know, protecting what we say is important in a comprehensive plan and, you know, the interests of people in this community there and their ability to build a home. This is one that we paused on the most.
I think that's good, but I want the full discussion, and that, you know, we are discussing separately people who are struggling to get into the market in the housing code. and talking about forgiving that fee in that situation. So, you know,
When do we make that decision? though?
we make it when they come in with the house. Well, you know, hey, you know as well as I do how this process takes a long time, right? But I think on the fifth, some of that will get, last time we discussed housing, it was discussed, and I think on the fifth, it'll be fleshed out a little bit more.
I have a lot of the same concerns about the $4,000. I have a handful of other comments throughout, but the $4,000 for the significant tree just as a flat fee after the applicant has already jumped through the 4 hoops. I feel like the 4 hoops of moving it, getting setback reductions, changing the shape, all of those things prior to even exploring removal of the tree, I feel like accomplish the goals of what we can do for protection of the tree. And the $4,000 fee of, well, I can't actually accomplish those things doesn't, in my mind, I don't see that punishing or putting a deterrent on somebody that's an outside developer coming in to develop a $3 million home or a $2 million home. What I see that as a deterrent is somebody of more in my income bracket that wants to do an addition on my house to fit my mother-in-law living there or something. That's where I see the deterrent of, that's an additional fee. I've jumped through the hoops to try to get an architect to design something to fit around this significant tree. And I've gone through those extra expenses to do those things. But then I'm again slapped again with another $4,000 fee on top of that.
You know, moving here, Eric, is gonna cost $500,000 to buy a property, at least. What's the average now? You know what it is. What is it?
That's roughly that, or, you know,
Yeah.
we're not gonna get.
And we're talking about $800 a square foot. So, you know, to build a house, you know, our $4,000, yeah, it's gonna be on top of that, but you know, that's just precisely the environment where you want people to make some informed decisions. And
But there's also chances that it's not going to be just.
well, you're right. It might be 1 or 2. It might be 3. And that would be, I'd say, you know, if you know it, pick your property. You know, don't expect us to carve out an exception when there are buildable properties that may not have that problem.
But then that we've also fallen in the category, which I brought up again, is that we have this pending, that's going to be coming ahead to us again, is that campsite, which is in an RL zone, which is going to have a considerable number of trees taken out of it to develop it on top of already doing the best change. Where something like the reinvention of the RV park, you stated outrightly, well, we're just going to forgive those fees.
No, I think
We're going to defer them.
No, reinvention of the RV park is something very different. If we end up someday with low-cost housing in the RV park, I can tell you those fees are not going to get any issue because it's written into the housing. If we're building the low-cost housing, we're going to get rid of the trees or get rid of the fees, okay? You know, there are people that are going to get hurt, but I'm sitting here after going through all of this discussion, and I'm not being argumentative, but I'm trying to figure out in this environment, how you possibly do a tree code that forces people to think about incorporating trees into their design. And I understand you just did one where you worked with our tree code and made it work.
Jump through the 4 hoops.
Yeah, you jump through the 4 hoops, but in an environment where you got to spend $1 million or $1,200,000 to even get a house, $4,000 is a lot of money, but there are trade-offs that somebody can make. Or $8,000 or $12,000. Again, if you go to that 100 square feet at $800 a square foot, you're talking $80,000.
We're not building a.
Well,
We're building at 375, 360.
Let me jump in.
Plus the cost of the property.
For a second here, we had
I just want to say that I also sit on the housing group and I've been a big part of the housing discussions and I know exactly what the proposals are that are coming in front of all of you very soon. And one of those is that if you are building housing for middle housing or workforce housing, and the person is going to live in the house, you know, you're building a duplex, and someone is going to live in that duplex as a live and work or just live in it full time, a lot of these ordinances and code provisions are forgiven. And that is part of the housing code. You don't put that in a tree ordinance. That is not how it's done in any jurisdiction in this state. That goes into the housing code. You have forgiveness for certain types of housing.
The fact of the matter is too on that.
That is, and that's something that the planning commission and the council and DRB are going to be discussing. And it's going to come before you.
I got you, but I want to finish that. Jay, we want to have those fees out there so we can incentivize the type of housing we want. So eliminating them for certain types of properties or reducing them takes away the incentive that we want to use to promote the kind of housing you're talking about.
Well, I mean, Aaron and I both feel the same way, so.
I get you.
I'll refer to Aaron if he's willing to put it as a bookmark to the, Eric, I'm sorry, Eric, to a bookmark to the city council. As Clay suggested.
I mean, it's been, like Clay said, that this particular one paragraph has been I've gotten more questions about this one paragraph than every other thing. So, I mean, talking it to death, or we can.
Why don't we come back to that discussion? Let's talk about the other items. See where we're at. I think we have, I mean, I feel like we're at the point we need to move this to city council.
Yeah.
Let's try to get to the place we agree, and then we can figure out how to figure out places where we have further discussion. How's that sound?
My other item was the language in the critical root zone. I think Mark Walker brings up a good point. And I believe that we should have something that addresses that. I have a graphic that I suggest we include with our critical root zone as you had in your last iteration, notating the half inch per inch of half inch 0.5 foot per inch of DBH, or canopy cover, whichever is greater. That would address Mirth Walker's concern, and also a notation in here that no more than 20% of the root protection zone area is impacted. That's actually an additional measure for that critical root zone.
I don't understand your point, Jay. Help me with that.
As noted in this potency report, that encroachments in the into the root protection zone may not exceed more than 25%.
So you're talking about adding protection to trees?
I'm suggesting we add a little more to the CRZ.
And I'm always for adding more protection, but I tell you, we also talked about, I think you brought it up and Mirth brought it up last time. This is a little bit what we talked with, the experts in the state of Oregon, and also, thinking a little bit about Bill as we're doing it. The drip line is not as clear and objective as, a firm, formula, a calculation.
I'm not asking you to take that formula. I'm asking.
No, but if you do the greater of, it's going to be a point of discussion that we may well lose because we're not clear and objective.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get you to get a little more,
Well,
so.
I like your second point, but we, again, discussed drip line and we discussed at length with experts, and we came up with we decided that it wasn't as objective as the measure that we put in.
It's fine. Well, I'm taking in Mirth Walker's concerns that it may be.
I'm aware, Mercer, I would have responded to.
If you're willing to add the graphic and add the 25% for impact of the growth.
So if we define the critical root zone as 1/2 foot for each foot of diameter, and you say.
And include the graphic.
Include the graphic.
And also say that encroachments of the root zone may not be more than 25% of the root protection zone.
Well, the root protection zone is defined.
Correct, but encroachments.
We're not
historically working with arborists. we relied on a 10% rule. Anything encroachment into that root protection zone less than 20% does not adversely affect the tree.
Well, we reduced the root protection zone from what the state and everybody requires to half of it.
From my most recent. And I suggest that we include it within our language.
So what you're saying is if we take half, okay, so if it's half a foot for each foot of diameter, say it's a 20-foot tree, 10 feet. And you're saying if somebody encroaches 2.5 feet into that, it's okay?
We can't encroach more than 25% of it.
But we're saying you can't encroach it all into it.
Well, we have to, we should be able to encroach a certain percentage because it does not damage the critical root zone.
We don't know that. So let's talk about a variance in that point. Thank you.
Okay. Tree damage, griddling, it's girdling, not griddling.
Thank you.
How are we?
Just.
Girdling.
Are you catching this?
Well, that's just that. I mean, I'm gonna need a document to take to council with all these changes and all this stuff.
Agreed to a change.
Right.
Say yes, that was fine. So I want agreement. That's the first time I've heard it.
No, it's girdling, not, you misspelled. Just correct the spelling.
My apologies. I'm a poor speller.
Also, the ANSI A300 is not publicly available, and I think it's included in the report.
That would be a copyright infringement.
Okay.
I had a question going back a couple of definitions to significant trees about defining, I didn't catch this in a previous, and I apologize for this previously, but is at-risk tree the appropriate disqualifier for a significant tree?
Well, it was what was recommended at our last meeting and when we decided to adopt that.
Okay, and I was just when I was reading it, I might have missed the concern I had was that a tree that is actively dying or has a disease or something like that. And at-risk tree refers to a tree that's susceptible to harm. And I feel like a tree that's susceptible to a disease is different than a tree that has a disease.
Les, are you there?
And I was.
Can we read that definition of at-risk trees? Do you have it with you?
I do. So what we've currently got is an at-risk tree means a tree on public or private property that is susceptible to harm or deterioration due to conditions such as disease, pest infestations, environmental stressors, physical damage, or unfavorable site conditions, period. These factors may compromise the tree's health, stability, or longevity, making it more likely to suffer from further decline or failure if not properly managed or addressed.
My question was whether, I guess it was whether the definition of viable tree should have been the one referenced.
That's what we had in there last and it was requested by this commission that we change it.
Okay.
My next comment on page 5, note D for the pre-development conference. I think we should add last sentence, cost, if requested, cost of city arborist should be included in the permit fee to be borne by owner. I think we should make it an option, not necessarily say have to have a pre-development conference for every tree.
Again, Les, are you familiar with where he is, Les?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think the issue that Jay's bringing up is or what he wants is an option to decide how the cost of the city arborist is going to be paid and
although the city arborist is going to review the plans regardless. But for the pre-development conference, if someone requests to have a pre-development conference prior to permit submittal, then they won't be borne we'll have to pay the fee.
Here's where we, again, I'll tell you how we got to that point, and it wasn't, by stumbling into it. Everybody we talked to on the arborist side said, your best protection is to get the arborist in at a pre-development conference level, which generally there's a pre-development conference. So at least that arborist comes in and sees what's proposed and can go out and make an.
I was the one who wanted to have to first and foremost.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's required for every single tree removal.
Well, we're talking about just if you're gonna do tree removal and you'll know in the pre-development conference where you're thinking, just bring it up. Just, we'll bring in the city arborist and he'll have they will have a chance to make an evaluation. I don't think there's anything in there that requires one. It's just, I would recommend that everybody have one.
The issuance of any plume, the city arborist shall meet on site with the owner, architect, and other interested parties to consider potential development and retention of existing trees. Cost of the city arborist will be included, permit fee to be borne by the owner.
What if we put at the applicant's option?
Like I say, if requested.
Okay.
So are you saying at the applicant's option, if they know they're going to remove a tree, or is it that for every time there's a tree removal, it should be required, right? Because isn't that the point, that if there's any tree removal, you would require it?
Well, they're saying, the way I'm reading it, that if at any point there's a tree removal,
right,
they have to have a conference.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't think every tree removal requires a conference.
What would be an example that wouldn't require a conference?
A tree that is in the building envelope that is approved.
So wouldn't it make sense to have a conversation at least about whether there's an alternative or?
If it's not a significant tree.
Okay.
Then, or less than 24 or 18, then there's no standard for, trees that are, within building footprints not to be removed.
So
I think the way I'm reading this is that anytime there's a tree removed, that it has to have a conference.
So is that how you read it as well? That
you can, yes, I do interpret that. And again, it was based upon advice of the arborist who said, every time you screw up, it's because I'm not there at the pre-development conference.
I'm the one who started this.
Okay,
I've been going beyond, what's currently written to talk to the arborist first before I anything. So I like this, but I just don't think it's written. It sounds like it has to be done every single.
So, hey, how do we interpret the pre-development conference? Because my belief was that, this was a conference before any development permit was granted, which, if I understand correctly, is not going to be a single tree removal application. This is for development leading into ultimately to a building permit.
There's nothing in here with development.
Those say pre-conference.
I don't like the language. I think we need to say if there's something, the way I'm reading it, and if I'm the only one here, I guess I'll lay back, but it sounds like it is for every single project, every single tree, and we need to have a pre-con, which I don't think is necessary for every tree removal.
Is it worth the risk?
I think it's for when you're going to do a development, right out of the chute, you have a pre-development conference involving all these people. Everybody knows what's expected then. There's no surprises. There's no.
What level of development? Single family home?
Or if you're going to build a house, for example, you have a pre-development conference, you decide, okay, we want to build a house here. We want, that's going to require that we move this many trees. Well, can you move the house so you don't, cut down the significant tree? Well, I think we can think about that. I mean, it's a way to get a whole big picture right in the beginning. And I think it's a great idea. And it saves so much angst later on when people are all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, I thought we should put our house here.
I understand, Lisa, I've been there.
Okay.
Multiple times. I just don't like the way it's written.
Technically,
Just because you're ethical doesn't mean other builders are. Okay, so I think that that this has to be something that applies to everybody.
What is it when you don't have a complete sentence? I mean, technically, this isn't a complete sentence. Pre-development conference, period.
It's the title of the clause. I mean, legally, you might just write that as
It,
a title.
it's the title of the
rather than-
clause, but the others aren't structured that way. So I can kind of see where there's a little confusion there. You know, I want to.
It seems to make sense to capture. It's a risk benefit analysis, right? Because
I'm not saying.
it's like you might miss a chance for someone who's not informed. You're informed, you understand how the city works. Someone who didn't, this could be a really critical opportunity to avoid potential misfalls later.
I understand. I want this.
Yeah.
This is something that I want.
Yeah,
To get that arborist first. not
right,
last,
exactly.
As it is right.
Right, and I just don't know if you make it at the applicant's choice, someone who's not informed will assume they know. And then you've missed a chance to avoid a lot of complication later. So the way I look at it, I see what you're saying if you're you. But I also see other people who might assume everything that they know that's an insignificant tree. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, or maybe they know this is allowed. They're wrong, so it might be a chance for the planning department and the arborist together, just make sure everyone's clear.
And this is only for development. It's not for
Right.
hazard or
My assumption, because it says development here.
section E.
I think Clay is kind of on the right track. If we could reword, you know, like you say, that just that statement, pre-development conference into a more meaningful statement that
What if you
I
just
think
had?
that might help
What
clarify
if
it.
you put a colon there? Literally, I think you could put a colon there and cover it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the period, put a colon.
You okay with that, Les? Good.
Yeah, that'd be easy to do if that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Cause I think that is what we wanted. And the reason it says any permit is we knew, you know, there's multiple permits attached to a building type situation. We wanted, you know, this conference to happen before any of those permits might be issued.
Say, I've always wanted it first rather than last.
We're trying to give you everything you want, Jay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
E, at the conclusion of the specified comment period, the city, I suggest we change that instead of may, will issue a tree removal permit. Either you're gonna issue it or.
I don't get that. At the conclusion of the, no, there may be situations where a tree permit is not issued.
Will issue a tree removal permit shall not be acted upon until expiration of the 14 days.
Hey, before you do that, that was one of the things we talked about. The city, the staff came.
I don't know if this is, if that's in there, is it?
This probably isn't.
The change?
Yeah, this is from the 18th.
Yeah, and I'll read that for you. Will you hold that comment? Because the staff asked for a change, and before we address it, let's.
Page 9 of 15. I think should be combined. Number 1 reads, the geological site investigation report indicates that there's not a hazard from removal of the tree either to the property in question or to the properties in the vicinity. Or section 2, geological site information, investigation report and engineering report specifies engineering construction methods which will eliminate the hazard. I think we should combine them. Geological site investigation report indicates there's not a hazard from removal of the tree either to the property in question or to the properties in the vicinity. And the engineering report specifies engineering and construction methods to eliminate the hazard.
Well, there's either one or the other. It's not a, will you read it one more time?
Well, you're stating two things that are going to happen at the same time. The geological site investigation report indicates that there is not a hazard from the removal of the tree either to the property or question or in question or to the property in the vicinity. Or number 2, the geological site investigation report specifies engineering construction methods which will eliminate the hazard.
Well, so again, I was going to try to say that it's either going to tell you that it's not a hazard, or if it is a hazard, here's what you do.
Okay.
So I don't mind collapsing 1 and 2 into a single provision, but I think the or would remain.
That's fine, just make it into one.
I had a question on the next two, 3 and 4. I might need some clarification, but I think there's two comments. Clarification about the if the stump must be retained on a slope of 20% as per 3. But then 4 says maybe cut off at or below ground level. I didn't see maybe I missed it, but I didn't see a definition for what the minimum height for what a stump is. If a stump is to be retained but it's cut below ground level, is that still a stump? Are we still defining that as a stump?
It says unless located on a grade of 20%. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Can you tell me where that might be an issue?
It's just, it seemed conflicting, and it's on a 20% slope. If we're saying a stump, what's the minimum size for a stump on a, to still be considered a stump?
Yeah, you're right. A stump is something above ground.
And we may be able to say that I feel like it needs to be written in here. What is it? 4 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch? What's?
Well, at least in the definition of stump, it talks about stumps 12-inch in diameter or greater may be left up to 20 feet high.
Yeah,
Maybe
a maximum up to 20.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a minimum.
Well,
Yeah, I never came across a minimum, effective height for a stump in any of the research that I did. A lot of that conversation came out the last time we talked about, sometimes if there's a driveway or something like that needs to go across, you need to remove the stump down to ground level or maybe even slightly below it, but we're still preserving the root structure.
And some of the stump, because it goes down farther than, so
but
what if we said 2 inches below ground level? Quite frankly, and we tried to respond again to the comments that we received, and maybe we went a little bit too far. We should just say cut it off at ground level.
I just wanted to see a definition of what a stump constitutes. It's a minimum size.
You're talking diameter of the stump.
No, height from the ground.
Yeah.
Height above grade.
Okay.
What if we just said at ground level? Because the reality is we were trying to address that specific situation where, there might be the need to put a driveway in or something else. So ground level is fine.
It wouldn't be fine. You can't
No, you can't pay.
pour concrete over a stump. You'd have to grind that stump out.
Well, if it's okay on the foundation, right? Or on a footer.
Driveway or walkway or something like that.
I hate stumps,
I thought you gave up on stumps.
Well, we did. We thought we did, by saying you could cut it out of it.
I read those 2 clauses, they were 2 completely different things. One's a slope of 20%, you're gonna retain the stump. Say it should be 12 inches high, whatever you want, that's great. If otherwise, you can remove the stump.
Well, then let's put it to 12 inches high.
But just make sure that those are sort of 2 different instances. They're not referring to the same stuff.
He's saying you can remove a stump if you want to put a driveway and you can completely remove it unless it's on a slope of 20%.
Right.
Yeah, but then what's our minimum height if we're saying 12 inches? If that's what is recommended.
On the slope.
On the slope, what minimum?
Well, I mean, if we're building over, it has to be at grade.
Are you gonna be
Building over.
building at 20%?
Even on 20, if we're building on the hillside.
Okay.
And we build over it, say we have multiple trees that are in a group, and we take out a couple that are within the footprint and we build over it. We retain the root structure to maintain the stability of the hill slope. The house is on piers. Technically, we can't have organic matter under the house. But grinding it to grade retains the root structure, but eliminates the structure.
So to respond to your question though, Jay, if we take out at ground level, we take out the bit about below.
At grade would be fine.
At grade, and that means ground level?
Create whatever flat grade is around it.
Okay. Last, can we change that to at grade? Cut to at grade, quick cut at grade.
You say number 4, is that what you're talking about?
I think that's what he's referencing, yeah. But then still with 3, this,
Number 3, well, I'm okay with 4. 3 is the question I think that Eric had. Right?
yeah, it's just the definition on a stump for what the minimum size, if we're requiring that they're to be maintained, you have an up to 20 feet or whatever the maximum was, 20 feet. Yeah, well, in the definition for the stump, but it doesn't have what a minimum size if you had to build over it or if it was.
Wanted stumps and root structure must be retained to a certain height, slopes.
Yeah, minimum size. We have a maximum size saying up to 20 feet, but we don't have it in the definitions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. And what do you think? A foot? I mean, we're all guessing on this, right? So.
Well, again, if we're building over, it has to be at grade.
At grade, okay.
And we build on slope, so there's a.
Those are two different.
You just say under the advisement of the building official and city arborist. Or city arborist and building official.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. The building official has code standards for building over organics.
Okay. I'm gonna talk to Les about it. We're gonna have to change that quickly before we meet again. But
Number 3, that's it.
yeah, but I want to run that by you when we get it done. Okay.
I would say standards for building code.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I had another stump question.
Yeah.
It's takeaways at 114050 permit issuance criteria. A2, when the tree is in immediate danger of collapse, the stump is to be retained. I'm assuming the stump is to be retained for someone to inspect it to ensure whether or not you need a permit.
That's reasonable.
And is there a time frame? Because if you wanted to replace, if the intention is to cut the tree down and replace, it's falling down, you have to cut.
It's a
you have
good
to
point,
replace.
and we should put a time frame in
There's-
within 2 weeks
Or if after inspection,
Yeah.
after permit approval or whatever, something.
It won't be after permit approval. It'll be after inspection. So.
Something along those lines.
Gotcha.
Because otherwise you're stuck with a stump that you don't.
Thank you.
You're going just a little faster than I'm able to keep
Yeah,
up, or I'm not hearing everything. But the one about where you gotta retain the stump, I'm trying to find it, that actually came, I think, pretty exactly verbatim from our current code. There is no time frame in the current code, if I'm remembering correctly.
But I do think Eric's got a point on that one. I'm not convinced it's great.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, that's in our current code. I just can't find it.
Which thing are you saying, Les, is in the current code?
Well, okay, so there is a section in there. Eric, tell me again the section you were talking about.
The section I'm talking about is on page 6 of the proposed code. It's 17114050 permit issuance criteria. And it's what is it? 3A2.
And then it refers back to 114090.
Correct, yeah.
Let me, forgive me, I'm scrolling as fast as I can. Yeah, so that's where it goes back to, it's talking about, if a tree is removed without a permit, then we currently require the stump to be maintained. It doesn't say how tall, it just says measuring the stump at the surface of the cut, and then it kind of talks about how we can use the diameter of the stump to determine whether or not it was a tree that required a permit or not.
Yeah, and my question was putting a time frame on how long to require that stump to be retained. Is with the intention of somebody's going to be replanting that tree or hopefully replanting a tree.
Well, you would want to retain it until all enforcement action or decisions have been completed.
Yeah, that was kind of what my thought process
And I think
was.
that's acceptable language. Did you hear that, Larry?
I do.
So it would look like A to B, essentially. If you added a B, stump must be retained until all enforcement processes have been completed.
Did you hear that, Les?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the, the changes. Of course, I'll have to go back and redo it again, but so I see A and then A,
So this is on page 6 of 15. It would be adding a new small
you're not under
letter B.
enforcement. You're not under enforcement. You're
No,
going
I'm
back
not.
up to the original
going-
one. Okay.
Yeah, you could
Gotcha.
put it in either place, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Yeah. And that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can just put a B there and say, stump to be retained.
The all enforcement process is completed.
Okay. I've got it captured.
Les, if you could do the same strikeout and current that you did last time, it would be appreciated.
That's what yeah, you can expect that.
Thank you. Eric, did you have anything else?
I was trying to see, I think. I don't.
That's okay. I got one more if you want.
Yeah.
The only other one that I had was also a comment that Mirth made, and that's on page 10 of 15. Section 2A. Talking about site plan showing lot dimensions, slope of lot, location of structures all the way on the property, species, 12 trees, locations removed with proposed location replacement trees together with trees and adjoining lot right away or adjacent properties whose CRZ crosses the property line. The critical root zone for each tree not being removed. I can understand that, but Mirth's comment about having an existing structure exemption. We
have one in the code.
Where's that?
If you look up pre-existing conditions.
But does that include trees?
It says anything that would violate the code.
I'm not gonna be able to find it immediately, but.
Our intention is if somebody has a house and it burns down, the code says you can rebuild it, even though you would violate the code as it presently exists.
I'd like to clarify that, but I will look in that.
Okay.
Well, if it's burns down, but if you decide to remove part of the house, then there's a certain percentage of the value of the house.
Yes, remodels and replacement for non-forming structure, 50% of the value of the structure. But we're talking like if someone, say, someone tears down a house and wants to rebuild in a similar area that may not have, already built there. So we shouldn't.
Well, yeah, so why are we talking about it?
I just bring it up because she brought.
What is it? As a practical matter, does it hurt?
It won't hurt
to just include, no, I'm just saying to include it in the plan. I mean, how much of a problem is it to include the CRZ in the plan?
We have to be, I think it should be considered because if we rebuild over the existing house, the CRZ is not a factor.
So you're saying if you had a tree that has CRZ was say partially outside and partially inside, is that the situation you're imagining? Right.
CRZ, we have the existing house here. That should not be taken into consideration. That area should not be consideration if rebuilt upon.
So I want to make a distinction between losing your house and deciding you want to change it. You already covered losing your house. I don't have the stomach to go to where you just want to tear it down and build on the same footprint. Now, you mentioned, it's likely not going to be a problem. Okay.
Could you seek variance?
It would become a various situation.
So maybe we save it as a variance.
If you take your house down because you just want to rebuild it, you should have to follow the code at the time you do the rebuild. That's in our
And
code
that
already.
would be a conversation with the arborist.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So you have to follow the code at the time of the building. That's in other parts of our building code, so.
Eric, I gave you.
We're not gonna change it for trees.
I covered all of my notes.
Okay.
Wow.
I just had to check my notes.
All
I
right.
wanted to thank you guys for all of the.
I want to thank you for your comments. They are all good.
Tim, you had something you wanted to.
I'm not sure this is a definitional issue, but this is on the tree replacement policy. We find a tree as something that is 6 inches at 54 inches tall. And then under B there, we say trees offered in replacement must be a maximum or minimum of 2 inches in caliper. So maybe we need to insert the word immature trees or something, because it can't be a tree unless it's 6 inches in diameter. That's how we defined it.
Tree. We never defined it as not big.
Yeah, we did.
Say.
In the definitions, a tree is something.
No, it's a tree that you can't cut down, then you can remove.
Well, just take a look at the definition and see what you think, but I think I'm right. That it's not a tree until it's 6 inches in diameter. So I'm not arguing a point here. I'm just saying, is there a conflict in definition?
All right, so tree as it's written currently means any woody plant having at least one well-defined stem at least 6 inches in diameter measured at the height of 4 1/2 feet above the natural grade.
According to that, a 2-inch diameter is not a tree. And that's all I'm saying is insert the word immature or something like that.
Okay.
I think, Tim, you're correct. And it's an interesting point to consider. Okay.
As we're dealing with that. And just note, I did
something else.
I did look into the 2-inch 7-foot tall, and that is something that is regularly available.
Okay.
It's also right out of the old code. We haven't changed that. We went back to it, actually. Somebody told us that, what we had in there was way too small. So I think it might have been you, Jay. You told us that, so.
I looked into the availability of those trees.
Yeah.
Through our.
Okay, so brief little reset here. Any other comments first? Okay, so do we want to try to put something tentatively forward tonight? Or do we want to come back to this? I feel like we might be able to get to something tentative tonight. There's a couple of places where we may need a little time.
Can't you say as modified?
We can condition it. We can put the conditions in.
Done that before.
Yeah, we can put the conditions in and then bring it back.
Additional, but I want to see it before it.
Yeah, and bring it back to you guys.
Meeting in the past,
Okay.
so that you had a chance to see exactly what was being passed on to city council
And that would be.
in the findings meeting. Right, so you'd get before then, like.
Typically, we meet like a week later.
Yeah.
So maybe, sometime next week, we typically do it on Zoom. We have the language in front of us and we go, yes, that works, or no, it doesn't.
I want to respond to a couple other questions, if you don't mind.
No, I don't.
Tim, you brought up potentially putting in a landscaping exemption, and I want to consider quickly here. I don't object to it, but as I understand it, you're more concerned about removing a tree where that removal might help all of the other trees and on the property, correct?
Exactly. That I'm not talking about denuding a property of trees. I'm saying there are circumstances where it may be advantageous to remove a tree because another one is 3 feet away and neither one of them are going to be their full potential.
I want to ask you, if we write a provision over the next couple of days that addresses that situation specifically, would that satisfy your concern.
I'd be very happy if you considered that.
What if that was something we passed on to council? I feel like adding that much at this point would be complicated.
Okay, all right. Do you object to that? And we can recommend.
Object to that. That's fine. I think you can.
And Mr. Tulip, you asked, where's your money going? We've been talking about this, city arborist for a while and it's going to be quite an expense for the city to pay for a lot of what's going on. Right now, our fee is for tree removal is what, $50? Wholly inadequate. You know, one of the things we just talked about, it doesn't even cover our expenses before we get to the city arborist. What we talked about is the possibility the city consider raising that fee, but you know, we can't move forward until that happens. What we've agreed is, you know, the city can do its tree replacement as deferred to them by the property owner. You know, with those significant trees, it might be more than one tree, it might be two. It will certainly cover the city arborist.
Wait a second, it doesn't note that it's gonna be paid to the city arborist.
What?
You don't note that it's paid for the city arborist.
I thought we put the arborist in there.
City tree fund shall be established in the city budgets administrated public works and community development. A, the city shall credit the city tree fund all money paid to the city under this chapter. B, the city shall use the tree fund for the following purposes: purchasing, planting, maintaining trees within city, supplementing the cost of services rendered by the city art.
It is there.
Rendered by the city art.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, is that, you know?
And then there's always the discussion in the city about, is there a piece of property that we might like to buy and preserve? And that's a possibility too. A highly treed property. So, you know, there might be a little bit of extra money left in there. We don't know how much money's going in. But there are going to be a lot of expenses associated with this new tree code that I think the fund will help us defray.
My concern is I see a parallel when I built my house. I paid 1% for the workers' housing. I have no idea what got built, where that money went.
And so the answer is it didn't go anywhere. It's been gone.
It's gone to the Sea Lark Apartments so far.
One project.
I'm just trying to tell you where it's gone. And other than that, it's sitting in the fund. You're correct. Yeah. So the only project that has been utilized that fund, it has been something called the Sea Lark Apartments that went through a process of requesting some dollars in order to provide workforce housing. And they had to meet certain income requirements for a certain amount of years. Other than that, there's it's a fund that hasn't been utilized other than that. And so I think if and when we have other potential projects that are kind of being discussed, that would likely be the place that would be looked at for affordable housing, like incentives.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. So I know that. Okay. Yeah, I think the explanation Lisa provided about the fee or the cap, I think I feel better about that, having her explanation.
Perfect.
Good.
I think that's in a different area. That's something I was really not aware of.
Thank you.
If there's a provision to mitigate that, then it's good.
Thank you.
Thanks for sitting in the trenches with us here, getting through this. We'll do it together.
I've tried to tell him he should run for planning commission.
Okay, so here we are. It sounds like we're moving toward a tentative approval, but we have some modifications to make and agree. Les, are you the point on making these?
On the draft.
On the draft? Yes?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I realize that it's a holiday filled period between now and then, and you have already spent a lot of time, so.
There would be a fourth condition, and that is that we add some language. I told you that we had addressed a provision with the city that you had a comment on, and I'd like, Steve, would you like to read?
Sure. I don't have it right in front of me right offhand, but it was the section that talked about the development permit. And so one of the issues that we've run into is that we have to wait to issue the tree permit until the building permit is issued. And so what the provision is allowing for is for us to do the development and tree permit at the same time, go through that appeal period. And then once the appeal period is done, then the building permit gets issued and all the, permits are issued at that time. So right now, we have to issue the building permit in order to issue the tree permit. The tree permit has the 14-day expiration date. Person has a building permit, thinks they can do construction. We run into issues because the 14-day appeal period hasn't expired. A tree gets removed and then chaos ensues. So what we've changed that to is to allow the tree permit to be issued prior to the building permit, and all the expiration and appeals and things like that have to go through the process before the building permit gets issued. And I don't have that language in front of me right offhand, I can get that to you, but that was our biggest concern because I think it's one of the ones that causes the most grief for everyone. The builder, the applicant, the city, the public, and it hasn't been effective.
It's just, it's challenging when we say that we've issued a permit, but
Right.
not really.
Right.
We don't-
Right. And from our
14 days.
exactly. And from our perspective, it's one of these things we try to note, and people think as soon as they got the building permit, they're good.
That's sort of that's sort of challenge that we both personally have run.
So just from an administrative perspective, that was our most critical aspect of this.
Had some language for that.
Yeah, I can read.
Yeah, I think
Read it now. It was 17-114-050 B1, and we had in there a development permit for the structure necessitating the tree removal shall not be issued until after the city issues a removal permit and expiration of the 14-day appeal period and resolution of all appeals. What we changed that to was a building permit for the structure necessitating the tree removal shall not be issued until after the city issues a tree removal permit, which shall not be acted upon until expiration of the 14-day appeal period or resolution of all appeals. We added just some language also to make it clear that was already in our code. For actions which require the issuance of a building permit, tree removal shall occur only after the building permit has been issued for the structure requiring removal. And you will see that in the code that comes to you when we run it by you guys.
Okay. So the hope was to do the development permit and tree permit kind of at one time, so the expiration periods kind of ending at the same time, and therefore the building permit gets issued, everything's done, you're good to go.
Does Les have Les?
It came out today at 39 less from Steve.
Les?
Yeah, he got it.
Les, you feeling like you've got everything?
Yeah, there we
you need
go.
And more?
Yeah, well, in answer to Lisa's question, yes, I did get that email. I've got that. I'll certainly go back and re-listen to this and make sure I've caught everything. And then I'll run it by our focus group, and then we'll get it out to you guys with a red line version as soon as we can.
I think we agreed to 3 or 4 changes, did we not?
Trying to decide if we have anything that's substantive enough that we can't vote to move this ahead.
Well, I was just wondering if we could say vote to move it ahead on the condition that the 4 changes plus the one that was agreed upon with Steve are included in the draft before it is presented to the city council. I'm wondering, are you okay with that level of specificity, or would you like more?
That's a big mouthful of emotion. You want to?
Yeah, I will make a motion that we.
I'll list the 4 changes now.
Yeah, oh, I have them written down here, but I did them quickly. And I know Les has them.
Right.
I would like to move that we approve this revised tree code on the condition that the changes we discussed today, I count 4 in response to Jay and one in response to the city are included in the draft before it goes and reviewed by planning commission before it goes to
So it'd be a tentative approval.
tentative approval before it goes to.
We list the four.
Yeah, we can do that.
So why don't you let me tell you what changes that I have captured already, and then Mike, you can tell me what I've missed.
Okay.
Definition of tree damage, misspelling, it's girdling, not girding. That's on page, well, we'll just move on. Then, page 6, 17.114.050, A2, where we talk about retention of the stump. We've added section B where it says stump to be retained until all enforcement actions are completed. Page 7, page 8. Okay, so page 9. I did some looking up while we were talking. So stumps and root structure must be retained on slopes of 20% or greater. I did find a reference, a couple of them, that said that the minimum stump height for efficient removal and minimal soil disturbance is between 4 to 6 inches above ground level. So I've added that to that section. Sounds like that was pretty consistent with what we were kind of talking about. And then that's E3. And then E4, we've changed that to read the stump may be cut off at grade unless located on a grade of 20% or more. Probably should be a slope of 20% or more.
So that precludes grinding a stump?
I think we need to leave it at below. I think Eric's point was on section 3. So I'm okay with language in section 4 if Eric is.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
As is?
As is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that gives me the opportunity to take it down a little further if necessary. But it's under everybody.
So you're okay with the way we've got it, or did you we want grinding?
I'm fine with 4 as written. Please add the information to section 3.
Okay, so the way it was written before was cut off at grade or below.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yep.
Okay.
So let me then restate the motion, if I might.
Let me just make sure we got was that it?
Let me make sure there's, okay, so with regard to Tim's comment, I looked it up. A immature tree is called a tree sapling. So I suggest that this is down in tree replacement policy 1B. I suggest we write tree saplings offered in replacement must be a minimum of 2-inch caliper and 7 feet tall.
5 including girdling. And then Steve changed.
Yep.
Would you like me to, are you okay with that then, going with the motion?
Put it on record.
Okay, good. So you have a motion that we approve this revised tree plan subject to the 6 changes that were discussed today. To be tentative approval to be reviewed by the planning commission before forwarding to city council.
Should get that back on the 16th.
Will you say that again?
Do you want to put that on December 16th with the other?
Yeah, what's today's?
I don't know.
That's a little late, that's a little late.
Findings.
I think we do a findings meeting. I think we do
I don't know that we do a findings meeting. We'd get the ordinance and we make a recommendation. There are no findings.
Well, we're tentatively approving. We're not approving.
Yeah.
So this is a lot. We've done this a couple of times where we say, hey, this looks pretty, we think we agree, but we need to see the language first.
Okay.
So we'll come back in a week or whatever we agree to
Right.
is the time. look at the language that's written, make sure we all agree that this is what we want to move forward to.
So are you talking about a special meeting?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. A week from now.
Point being, a week from now will put us on next city council meetings at the.
We're not gonna get before the city council for that. It'll be January at this point.
And not only that, we still have to provide notice. There's certain notice requirements still before the council has hearing. So from that perspective, this could be something that gets to council, depending on what the dates are, January or even February.
Okay,
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Tessa, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Matusek. Commissioner Matusek. Commissioner Orloff.
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz.
Yes.
Commissioner Ostrander.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek. Chair Newton.
Yes. That is enough for that motion to move ahead. Changes are tentatively approved. Let's talk about a time to finalize.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, what I could do too, depending on what's all going on, if you want, I could wait to receive that info, from you. And then I could put something out to everyone at that time, or if you want to do it now, whatever is easiest.
I think a week out from today, and I'm not gonna speak for Les, but I think we can get you something by Monday. What is today?
Today is Tuesday, November 26th. December 3rd is next Tuesday. 4th is Wednesday, 5th is Thursday.
Any one of those days would work for me.
What if we aimed more toward the end, just because it's the holiday and I hate thinking of
Yeah.
making,
But a little more time, I think.
you're not gonna be in the office to receive.
Right.
information.
And I'd like
Say
to,
the 5th would be great.
We need to look at the Zoom calendar and see what's available.
We're all getting together on Thursday, the 5th. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Our joint session.
The joint session.
Do we want to try to do that before then or pick another time?
That's complicated. How about if we pick another time?
Okay,
And we could look at Friday,
that work for everyone?
right? Oh, it's open for me.
When we don't have to do it in the evening, it
No,
can
we
be at lunchtime.
Zoom.
I'm gonna be traveling on Friday.
Oh, the earlier is better.
7 a.m.
and what, Eric, you can get it.
I'll get up at 7.
Get your response in writing.
Yeah, I can do that if we're gonna have. I can send to
Sure.
Steve with.
Yeah, we're inching towards something here.
Yes, inching and inching.
Do I hear?
Late morning, early afternoon.
Sure.
Lunch. Whatever you
How
want.
about 11 o'clock? on-
Okay.
11 o'clock, Friday the 6th.
Put that on my calendar just in case.
Exactly.
If I'm in a layover or something.
These legislative items take a little bit. With that in mind, why don't we take a 2-minute break? Next item.
I'm gonna try to be quick.
And if-
Thank you.
I was gonna ask you that, but I didn't want to.
All right.
Thank you. Continue the meeting with our next item of legislative hearing regarding continuation of ZO 2403 and a beach application for a text amendment to CB short-term rentals. The application will be reviewed against the criteria of CBMC 17.94 amendments. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the planning commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or personal bias? This is when we typically call for staff report. Is there anything you guys want to add?
I'll be brief. So, we had talked to the Housing Focus a while ago about short-term rentals, whether or not to relocate them to other, taking basically section 17 from the short-term rentals out of 17 into Title 5, which is the businesses and licenses, and there wasn't to be any changes at this time. It was a matter of relocating the short-term rental regulations from zoning to business. In September, the proposed amendment was brought to Plan Commission, and Attorney Dean Alterman, on behalf of a couple of STR management companies, raised some concerns about the relocation proposal. The Planning Commission tabled that at October 24th. And then tabled it again at November 26th. Staff needed to talk to Attorney Kabizman a little bit in terms about what options there were. Solutions that are available to the Plan Commission, the city council eventually would hear this, is that the city withdraws the STR ordinance relocation at this time, and any amendments to the STR regulations happen as part of the code audit process. This may be the easiest and least time consuming. Yes, the short-term rentals have been in the zoning ordinance since the creation, so really it's fine to have them remain there. The city expand this proceeding to include review of the identified comprehensive plan provisions and consider revising them to take the short-term rentals out of the comprehensive plan. I'm not real anxious to open the comprehensive plan. I want to get the zoning code done is my focus. So I'd really like to maybe not consider that option at this time. Not saying that it's not an option, but I certainly am not recommending that. The Planning Commission makes a recommendation to council and lets council determine how to proceed forward. Some of the same objections could be raised at that time, or we move the short-term regulations now, and then at a later date, the city could amend the comp plan and the provisions would remain the same as land use regulations, but they would be located in a different part of the code. So from moving it from 17 to 5, like we had talked about. So I can answer any questions. Bill is here if there's any questions or concerns, but that is where we're at with that based on those comments. Those are the 4 options available.
On option 3, isn't ultimately what we're doing a recommendation one way or another?
That's correct.
Okay, just to make sure.
Right. So similar to.
We're doing number 3.
Yep.
Right.
So.
Which direction are we recommending?
Exactly. So no matter what, just like what we just did.
Exactly. That's what
Picking up the Plan Commission.
thinking it was. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Nope. So you're absolutely right. So it is a matter that we could simply just say, hey, we're recommending approval. It's going to go to council. We could recommend denial. We could recommend withdrawal. I would recommend approval would be my recommendation. However, the council, but yes, you are correct. It would be a recommendation to council.
Okay. Bill, I see you here. Is there anything you'd like to add? Well,
No, I think Steve did a good job of explaining the options available. Just happy to help you as you think through what option you want to pursue.
okay. Well, let's call for public testimony. See if we have people here tonight who'd like to bring their opinions to this conversation. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. I'm not going to do applicant, proponent, or opponents. Just if you have something you'd like to add to this conversation, please feel free to bring that forward now. Is there anybody who'd like to come forward, online or in person?
I'm not sure if I can.
Okay.
I asked Bill. Bill?
Hey, Bill, Councilor Kerr's in the audience, and would it maybe she's interested in potentially comment. Could you give us some feedback on whether that would be a good idea at this point in time, since it's going to be coming to her at the council level?
Yeah, and this is, I think we've had this discussion in the past that, this is a legislative proposal, not quasi-judicial. So there are no bias ex parte concerns. There's conflict of interest remains a concern. And then just the prudential aspect of your participating as a, testifying, and then also your role in final adoption. But legally, there's nothing that prevents you from commenting unless you have a conflict of interest.
My name is Lisa Kerr. I live at Post Office Box 94, Cannon Beach, Oregon, and I'm testifying as a citizen and as a member of the House of Commons. And one of the reasons this came forward is that other jurisdictions have, a lot of other jurisdictions have it in their business code, and it's just easier to make changes if it is in the business code, and that's why Marcy, who is the facilitator for the, well, she's the consultant for the housing, thought that would be much easier to move forward with different provisions of the code, the new housing code, if this was in the business code, like a lot of other jurisdictions do it. And so it's not like some weird thing that it's being asked. It just makes it easier to work with it and make changes if they need to be made. And just like, well, like pot shops are under the business code, or I'm not saying that they're the same thing, but you know what I'm saying. So that's why, just so we have more flexibility in general. So that was.
Would anyone else like to come forward at this time? No one online?
We do.
Okay. I do see a hand, Herb and Tammy. I don't see your last name, or I would say that also, but if you have something you'd like to say, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Herb Florer, P.O. Box 546, Cannon Beach, Oregon.
Thank you.
And I would like to say a couple things. First of all, I'd like to say that I served on the Planning Commission for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, a while back. So I appreciate the long hours that you are putting in this evening. I'd also like to say that having served on the Planning Commission, I think everybody at the time would have been very reluctant to be making major code changes like this and potential comprehensive plan changes. You're talking about a lot of history in Cannon Beach, and it seems to me that this is maybe being done hastily. Also, I'm really not sure I understand at all whatsoever what the housing group has to do with changing code, particularly with short-term rentals. I've said multiple times, and I believe that there was a short-term rental group that presented information to the city, which I don't know what happened to it, that showed that short-term rentals in Cannon Beach have little to no impact on affordable housing in Cannon Beach. The average home price in Cannon Beach is so far above what could be considered affordable that we're talking about apples and oranges. So I simply don't understand why the housing group would drive a code change in Cannon Beach. You know, this is important business. We all understand the need to provide or try to provide housing for the people that work and live in Cannon Beach. But changing the code to me seems inappropriate at best. And again, I will come back to the fact that this is a really big step. And I just do not understand any sort of haste in making this move. And I will go back to saying thank you very much. I don't want to take any more of your time. It's very late and you've had a long evening already. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. As a former planning commissioner, you know what it involves to be up here. I'll just throw this out because you've taken the time to be here tonight with us at 10:30. We have been involved in this code change to keep up with the changing time. And, frankly, people who have learned to work within or around our code that worked 30 years ago very well, but based on new science, new laws, whether it's related to housing or trees or dune management, have changed dramatically, and we've had to keep up. And this is a process that started years ago now. And it may seem hastily, but in my 6 years sitting in this chair or one of these chairs, it does not feel like it. And tonight may be another example of that as we talk about just two pieces of that, the trees and potentially moving a part of our code into another. I don't, we're going to have a conversation this evening about what's proposed. The city has advisors that are talking to us about ways to make it more efficient to come through some of the conversations we're having. Doesn't mean we'll agree, we may agree, but what's in front of us now is on the advice of advisors the city has independently hired to be independent and give us suggestions for how to move more efficiently through this process, which does not feel efficient at all. And it's just the nature of change. It's not easy. It takes time and compromise in a lot of places. So really appreciate you being here tonight. And look forward to the conversation we're about to have. Would anyone else like to speak at this time?
Just a quick comment. I understand what Mr. Fowler, is it, was saying at the time, perhaps 7 or 8 years ago, maybe STRs and housing affordability weren't related, but found that STRs are actually making it more difficult for people who want to move into the city but are struggling to. It might, I'm going to qualify that, might make it more difficult for people who want to get in the city, but might find it difficult to afford it. And it's not, if you do a quick look on the web, I just did one, 5 articles popped up, and I haven't read them all, but the few I've read seem to confirm that other cities are feeling the same pinch. It's not just here, that short-term rentals are making housing affordability very difficult. It doesn't mean we're going to change anything, but moving it from the land use code to the business code does make it easier for us to respond as data comes in. And that's, I think, why that proposal has been put on the table.
It occurs to me as we're talking, the housing code really has driven a lot of the decisions that we are having to amend because because housing is such a crisis around the state, the country. There's been new rules put in place talking about clear and objective language. So the housing group really has been a part of driving the conversation across the board because that same language that someone will use either in favor or against affordable housing, they'll use in a wetland conversation. So they really do marry together, and that is why you might perceive the housing group leading a charge to change the code, but it's really just a part of it that is being pushed at a much higher level than this group. Thank you again for your comments. Anyone else like to come forward at this time?
There's nobody else.
Well, thank you to those people who are hanging out with us. Let's have our discussion now.
Close the hearing then.
I've never really considered it closed just because it's a dialogue.
Sounds good. Okay.
At least I didn't before. Maybe try me in 15 minutes. Who'd like to start?
So if I understand, if we voted to move this to the business Code Title V. It moves there right now, exactly as is, continues to operate. Does someone different take over running it, or is, because it's still a land use, because it, per the comprehensive plan, it remains a land use ordinance, even though it's sitting in Title V, you're still administering?
Exactly. We would still be operating. It's, you know, kind of like with the mushrooms and the pot and things like that. There's certain business license aspects and components to it. But the actual like land use itself and where it can go and things like that and decisions about it is still going to be handled through our department as far as short-term rental permits and things like that. So it still remains in the community development department.
So the only thing that would really fundamentally change, or the only way to make a fundamental change, would be to also then do the second step and amend the comprehensive plan. Until that happens, this section operates exactly the same, whether it's in Title V or Title 17.
Did you hear that, Bill?
That's exactly right. It's sort of, you know, you want to hold off and do it all at once, do a half step to get it out of 5 with the idea of doing it later, or just kind of back off and not do it. And it's sort of, yeah, as it's written, it won't accomplish the goal the consultant recommended, which is to have flexibility.
Right.
So, yeah, I'd like to comment. We do have hotels, which are also included in the comprehensive plan, and we have bed and breakfasts, which are included in the comprehensive plan. And those licensing regulations are in Section 5.
Okay.
And it seems like, you know, they seem to be working well. Nobody is objecting to the fact that one is, the licensing is in the business plan, but it's but the hotels are also addressed by the comprehensive plan. I would, my personal preference would be, knowing how much work we have in front of us on housing, that we move it to give ourselves some flexibility to adjust to the reality of what's going on in the marketplace. There are a handful, even if you talk to the people who work in STRs, who run businesses, they think it's running okay, but they think there's also some changes that we need to make it run better. And making those changes, you can see what's happened with trees. We've been at this for 4 months. A group of people much longer. It makes it really hard. And, you know, the risk is we have somebody say, come back and say, well, wait a minute. You still have to do a PAPA hearing. Well, maybe we do. And at that point, we do a PAPA hearing. You know?
We are now.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
So I think my opinion is that we recommend this to the council.
Recommend
This change.
specifically to just move it from one.
Correct.
So it's a proposed amendment to the zoning and ordinance to remove this section out of 17 and putting it into the municipal code under Section 5. So just like the last ordinance that everyone was talking about, this is basically doing the same thing in terms of amending the zoning ordinance.
But taking the language verbatim and moving it to.
I'm finding it challenging to find other jurisdictions or localities that have it in section. City of Bend has it in development code. Manzanita, or do we have any?
I don't have one that I can tell you right offhand, Jay. I know that that was something that we've looked at. I don't know right offhand.
There were a handful of jurisdictions. I'm sorry.
I thought some may have been around,
But I know Portland.
around here too.
What is it the loss to us as the planning commission to move it to?
I think we'll remain in connection with that discussion as it affects housing.
Only as housing, but not specifically.
Well, it is a key component of the housing discussion.
Jay, your point is that your concern is we wouldn't see anything having to do with amendments to it
They won't
because
have
it's
any-
no longer in Title 17.
Exactly, we basically give up our ability to make any change, amendments or have any worded changes that be opposed to it.
Would that be the effect in your opinion?
I would say at this point in time, if once it's moved out of zoning, it would be a council decision from here on out.
Okay.
So even, just to clarify, even when the current comprehensive plan where it's still a land use decision, even when it's in 5, it still goes just to council, not to.
That's correct. And Bill, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but once it gets to 5, the only thing that comes to plan commission is 17.
I would disagree, and here's what's going on. If you just move this from 17 to 5, it doesn't change its nature as a land use regulation. And the way your code is set up is any changes to land use regulations go to the planning commission.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you think it accomplishes the goal of reducing the amount of hearings that go on with changes to that short-term rental regulations?
As I understand it, the goal was to increase flexibility so that you didn't have to have as many hearings. You could change it and tweak it a little bit easier instead of going through the full land use decision process. It doesn't accomplish that if you were to just move this forward. However, it gets part of the way there. And the other part would be, amending the comprehensive plan to remove so it's no longer implementing. And you could, one of the options is to try and do that now. I think Steve has indicated he's got enough on his plate that may not be appropriate now. But it could also be that 6 months from now, a year from now, you could make that comprehensive plan change through another land use regulation, and then you'd accomplish the goal. So, the question is whether you want to make the half step of at least moving it out. It wouldn't change what happens on the ground, both in terms of amending code sections or making it more flexible, but it gets you part of the way there. So that, the next thing would be less.
People feel good about that?
So would there be a downside in the actual implementation of stuff to do that first option that's on here of having it because it's not gonna, in essence, change anything. Having it drawn and when the city council or there's readiness to go forward with the change to the comprehensive plan, to do the comprehensive plan and the 17 to 5 at the same time.
Sort of like we're not putting the cart before the horse sort of thing.
Yeah, it's so rather than doing because you said your plate's full, just too much stuff, but rather than going forward with both right now at the same time, or just one putting it off and then doing both at the same time at a later date.
So my comment on that is, yeah, you're right with that, but this is an amendment that's before you. So you are making a recommendation to council one way or the other. And that is one of the 4 options that's provided to you that you can make a recommendation to council. So in the end, you're making a recommendation one way or the other, and they would review that and make the decision.
Yeah.
So again, you're making a recommendation to council.
It's an advisory vote.
Yes. But that is one of the 4 options.
If they don't like our recommendation, they can.
Just you can, any type of recommendation that comes from this group, the council can agree or disagree on legislative matters.
Well, someone want to throw a motion out?
Happy to, but I don't hear consensus, right?
I don't think we have total consensus, but may as well hash it out.
So, okay, so if this motion I recommend that I make is rejected, then it just, we go the other direction, right? So I'm happy to make a motion. I move that we recommend this change to council.
Can you be more specific than this change?
I recommend that we change removing the short-term rental provisions in the Cannon Beach Municipal Code from section 17 land use to section 5 business code.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion?
Just for my own clarification, that is essentially option 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or the half step as Bill described it, is that
Right.
another way of putting it? Okay.
Half step or option 4.
Any other questions or discussion?
I think I'm still trying to get clarity on the point, like why would we go the half step now? I guess it saves us one vote later, but otherwise we're not accomplishing anything in terms of on the ground change, right?
As far as, no, pretty much it's staying pretty much the same, other than that section code that we have to then go and do the comp plan at some point in time to address.
Right, because until then, this is probably gonna have to go through PAPA if it's in Title V.
Not in 5. Well, I don't know. I guess I would leave that to Bill. Bill, can you verify that again? Even if it's 5, it has to go because it's a land use decision until we've dealt with the comp plan.
And I want to correct a misstatement I made earlier. I did go back in the code, and your code is pretty clear that the planning commission reviews changes to Title 17. And so if it's Title 5, you wouldn't necessarily review it. However, go ahead.
Did you say would not?
Would not.
Would not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I apologize for that misstatement. I was wrong on that. But it would remain from the state's perspective, a land use regulation, and it would require going through the state PAPA process.
Okay, so that's a big distinction there.
I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you for catching it. We do have a motion in a second. We can vote on it, or, we do have the second. So I guess we've discussed, we should probably vote. So Tessa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Sinclair,
Didn't hear you last. Try again.
Oh, sorry. No.
Commissioner Ostrander,
No.
Commissioner Orlov,
No.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Commissioner Mortz,
No.
Chair Newton.
No. Okay, let's try again.
So that leaves us pretty much one option. I mean, I know there's 2, 3 others, but the reality is it stays where it is, right?
That's,
I think that would be the recommendation we'd be passing on until that there was some concerted effort to actually do all the changes at once.
Okay.
Someone want to make another motion?
I
had to try.
You're so good at it, Mike.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
So I would move that the planning commission deny this request to move the STR provisions from 17 to 5 and allow them to remain in Title 17 of our municipal code.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it, although I would say, are we recommending denial?
Yeah.
Did I not say recommend?
You just said deny, but I would say we're recommending.
Recommend.
So I would second with that change.
Yes.
Further discussion? Okay, Tessa, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ostrander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
No.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Orloff,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay. Motion stands. We'll keep it where it is. Recommend it be kept where it is. Okay,
Here, so let's see, we're talking about for October, this is a fairly active month. There was a total of 14 trees removed, 13 were hazard, 1 was dead. There was a required replanting of 9%.
anything for the good of the order?
Just a comment. These, a couple. I have, one is, I made last week on the tree report, or last month. I made a statement about how the city needs to follow the procedures that we impose upon our citizens with respect to removing trees. It was for a project that was related to the reservoir up there. I assumed at the time that project was on city property. It is not. It is. So what happened there was Steve and Robert just, went the extra mile to let us know what was going on. And I wanted to thank them for that and to apologize for, I still feel like when the city does something, it will require the same provisions, but this was an exception and I want to motivate that type of behavior. The other is these shoreline stabilizations are not getting any easier. And they're not, and they won't. And I think it might be time to help educate all of us, including the community, by bringing in some experts on both sides of the issues to just sit down and present to us in the work session. I didn't get the opportunity to meet with the person that you guys listen to, but I'm sure there are people on both sides and we should hear the latest science and concerns, environmental concerns about shoreline stabilization. So I do at some point think we ought to move in that direction.
Were you not present when Jonathan Allen came in?
I think I was out of the.
I would look at that video. It's really good.
It is really good.
And that probably marks the pivot point
Mhm.
in this town for how we look at this is after that session. We had just approved a revetment and we then got educated and started to understand it. And frankly, I think this body is probably as educated as any out there.
What I'm not convinced of is that we've considered trying to enforce this in 5 years when the sea rises 1 foot. And telling somebody, oh, sorry, I know this is probably the most secure thing you can do, but we want you to go do a burrito first, a vegetative burrito. I'm not sure that's going to be the right answer.
Well, in 5 years, it might not, but today.
I think we need to get ahead of it. I don't think we should.
I don't know that we have the information to get ahead of it.
And that's what I was suggesting is we bring in a couple people who can help us understand at least what climate change is going to do to our beaches. Like I said with the seagulls, I would hate to tell them no hardened revetment when the reality is that beach is probably going to get washed away by storms and sea level rise anyway. So we don't have a beach and we don't have a house. I think we need to try to figure
I
out.
think that's where some education would be good because that's not going to happen. I mean, I did climate change law for 10 years. I know the science and climate models better than most people who you'll get to talk to. It's not going to happen that fast. But I think that's where education is important because you're right. That is a question for everybody. What is the trade-off? What timelines are we talking about? And I think that's the perfect reason why education makes sense because those questions are out there and we do need someone who can speak to that as an expert.
And I really appreciated Diana's comment that she's working a revision now and to have some insight into what they're doing now as opposed to later would be really good.
I also think it's critical for us to make sure that our city council.
Mhm.
And design review might not be involved in
No,
that,
probably
but
not. But city
other
council
groups,
should too.
public
Yeah.
is certainly involved there too. That last vote that we were unanimous on was a nail biter at city council, and some of it just had to do with, I feel like it was information or lack thereof in terms of an understanding of, again, I don't know that what we're doing is the answer to some of these issues that we have in front of us, but it is a part of the process and how we get to the answer. And if we look at it like, I'm just going to fix this today, that's not a mindset we can bring to this.
No,
It is
I
a-
don't think
it is
so
a
either,
fluid
but
conversation.
I would assert to you that provision that we enforce today, or that we will be called on to enforce in a month, isn't really clear. And the point that, the attorney from Miller Nash made was at least a reasonable, is a colorable point to make, and that and our list of priorities, a structural change that involves burritos is not.
Let me just jump in really quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike.
This is a
I want to have this
deliberation.
conversation with the camera rolling,
Yeah.
with Will Rasmussen in the room.
Yeah.
Everybody else. I think that's
I think
probably
this
pretty
is a
critical.
deliberation,
I
so.
agree with you about the need for education on our groups, and I would support and be a part of making that happen.
Okay.
And just, Mike, not to continue, but I am on the same feeling that Mike is on this. That there's something that we definitely need to have more time. We need to talk more about.
And I want to talk about it when we don't have a case in front of us where we can actually debate.
And I do think it helps not to feel as though, whose expert am I listening to? It is difficult to make that, to receive education when you're wondering whose agenda you're listening to.
Yeah.
So I agree that education taken out of context is important for that reason, because then you don't have the sense that someone's selling you something
Yeah.
one way or another.
Right, or being pushed.
Yeah,
We've had
yeah.
this discussion.
Yeah, so I think education makes a ton of sense.
Okay, now I just wanted to get that point out, and I would like to work with you, Steve, and Robert, on how we set that up.
Sure. Sure.
I know you're.
I would, no, I'm not trying to say that. It's one of those ones that I might look to some, I don't know everyone who's involved in this field. So if anyone has, I'd like to get different perspectives, not, hey, it would be nice to have someone, an engineer, or someone who's working on behalf of someone who has a home, as well as, I don't think we can just get one side, but it's gotta be both.
For sure.
And I don't know if that's gonna happen before we have to
It
make a
won't.
decision on.
No, it won't, but I want to have.
But the thing is, long-term, we're constantly gonna be having this discussion.
It's not gonna be the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I need to frankly learn more because, this I've been wanting to say this for some time, so I guess I'm gonna finally say it, is, I don't understand. And I need to educate myself why vegetated riprap isn't necessarily the best scenario. To me, it seems like it's the biggest compromise in terms of trying to work with a property owner, yet some aesthetics. So there's some education I can learn, but I struggle with that on some of these applications.
I think a great place to start is that John, who did we hear a couple of years ago?
Jonathan Allen?
Yeah,
Jonathan Allen, OPRD came in.
yeah, it's recorded.
Ocean Shores? I can't remember if Ocean Shores
I
came in.
think
or
it was
not, but
all state agencies.
Wasn't it
Yeah,
Dogami?
it
feel
was
like Dogami
Dogami
was
was
a
here,
great-
OPRD.
If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It was eye-opening to me. I remember looking back and going, oh my gosh, I so blew it on that last decision. Just flat in the face of what's written out there. Anyway,
And it's a great perspective to understand what the state's gonna do when a permit comes to them. Because it was all state agencies. These were not people who were hired for one side or another. So it was really, really helpful to understand we're a gateway or a threshold, but we need to also understand what this looks like to them. So they brought in science as well as an explanation of, how permitting should look from their perspective. So that also was a big part of the change for me, was hearing that perspective on what is the state permitting process that they looking for? how does goal 18 work? Why is this a priority? So that was, I think, as much as the science, it was understanding that state process.
What date was that? So people.
July 17th,
Yeah.
2023.
You know, the other thing that's probably coming our way is, it would.
It's only an hour and 49 minutes long. So it's not-
Put it on double time and we have that.
That's right.
That was a short hearing.
I would guess that we're gonna be hearing about the need for revisions to our zoning code.
Yeah. I think
And
so.
that the education may come as a part of that. I'm not saying we want to do that tomorrow, but it's.
But I think as many applications as we're getting, it is time to update because this code is old.
Yeah, maybe it's time to bring that up.
Yeah.
When we have that next joint meeting.
And one thing I noticed in our letters, I noticed a little bit of anger in our letters for the first time. It wasn't just that, you know, they understood the difficulty of applying the standards. They're starting to get pissed that there's a perception that maybe planning commission and others and the city are standing in the way. And if we're not, we should let people know why we're not.
So I think we're trying, and we said no to one. It's the first time we said no to one in a while, and all this, that's bound to get some attention.
Yeah.
And anger. So I think it is important that we're communicating really clearly, that we're asking a lot of questions, that we're not setting someone up to fail. That's why I said to them tonight, here is what I'm thinking. Change my mind.
Yeah.
Why is this not, I won't go into detail, but have those discussions so that people have the chance to hear the argument, so they have the chance to interact with us. I think so many times we get in this place where it's a one-way conversation, people get mad. Let's have the conversation and try to, not only get educated ourselves, but, maybe somebody in the audience gets a little broader perspective on our things.
Sure.
It's just hard for us to answer the question when they're meeting the criteria.
Maybe that's back to you.
When they come to us and say, hey, what do we have to do? And we go through and they're meeting, boom, boom, boom. And it's kind of like, all right.
Well, they may or may not be meeting the criteria. I mean, when we make that decision, it's because we feel they didn't meet the.
I understand that.
So to
I don't
say
necessarily agree.
a priori, they met it, I think that's exactly where the problem is.
Right,
That your expectations are different than the way that we're reading the code.
right. And that's the challenge to explain to someone.
And I think that's where the education,
application.
I wonder if the education piece helps there. So that maybe we all get a little closer to having a common,
Hey, I'm not saying I can't.
not a common viewpoint, but a common, at least terminology and.
Well, we didn't, Will Rasmussen brought that up tonight. We did.
Yeah.
There's not even common terminology often around
Right.
this stuff. So
Right.
it is, we've seen it once. It doesn't mean we don't need to see it again or for the first time. It was really good stuff. It's a good refresher. And, frankly, I think, we're doing some things here that maybe haven't been done because there wasn't that sort of effort to educate or be educated and understand something that is beyond just, how do I get this out in front of me here? Let's just get it done. That's, Frank's Wall. We're trying to, think about, the most popular beach in the country and how to look at this more broadly than just, one individual silo. And, it's really tough when, you have people in situations like, any number of situations that have been in front of us. And you have a lot of, you want to see them with a fair solution. At the same time, you also have goal 18 entirely structured around protecting that piece of land out there as another piece of property, not just someone's extended front yard. It's tough.
The retreat discussion is something that
I don't even.
stuns me.
Can't even, that's too big.
And we don't have to go there. I think there was a lot just from the state's perspective on public beaches. What is the state's responsibility to the citizens in terms of how it needs to consider uses? Just understanding that perspective could be, I think, very informative. Because it really fed into how I then was able to say, oh, there's a state level priority system that has been set and does require a different perspective than simply there's my neighbor and I would like to see my neighbor's house well protected, right? You know, so I think that maybe that's part of what's difficult for us to communicate, and we could do a better job of communicating to applicants.
Sounds good.
Good discussion.
Thank you.
Everybody okay with that idea of kind of conversation on these legislative items?
No, yeah, that was great.
You know, when you said I'm the applicant, I'm like, oh, that doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
It kind of triggered me to something I did then in the back of my mind. Not approaching this from an opponent and proponent position. I feel like that might, I don't know if I'm right, help bring people into this more like, hey, we're coming together as a community to figure something out that works for everybody. And there's going to be places where we have to compromise, but let's not look at each other like. So, if you guys like that, we'll do that.
Sure, I did. I like
Approach
it.
it that way.
Yeah, I think not starting with a label is a good idea. Because you have,
We'll give it to
you
you
have
later.
to choose which one you want, right?
Absolutely. Okay, anything else for the good of the order? Okay, then we will adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That was a great meeting.
I did not walk